Oh, so the webinar is streaming live on YouTube now. Participants 64. Oh, wow. Yeah, just give it another minute or two and then we'll start basically.
It looks like the YouTube is working, so we're good.
Awesome. Yeah, if you guys want to share it on Instagram, just throw it out there. Riesling Point TV. .tv. I'm nervous. Shut up. Okay.
Oh, I can see it on YouTube. Amazing.
Maybe I should mute us for a second.
We have already 2 viewers.
Perfect.
Only one is me, one is you.
Oh wow. Technology is crazy. Okay, cool. So that works. That's fine. Now, smart words.
Okay, you tell me when to start recording.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, we perfect. See, Jim got this in the live chat.
Kann man doch rechts an die Seite machen, oder?
Ja, ich.
Mal geht es irgendwo was, wo der automatisch rechts an der Seite ist.
Jim, do you know how I can put the live chat sort of as part of the screen? Like to the side or something? Jim, you're on. Oh, yeah.
You should be able, there should be a button next to the participant if you click that says chat. If you click that, that should come up. You should be able to see the live chat.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's a way to integrate it in the screen and not have it over other people's faces or missing parts out.
Oh, you have it. Do you have it popped out?
Otherwise,
oh yeah, I might have a different computer.
Be able to.
Hey.
Just put it at the bottom. Then he said the new ones, right?
Like that. If they have a specific question, a panelist, and I was thinking that there would be a question. Okay, cool. That sounds good. Okay, cool. Welcome, everyone around the world, really, to Wine versus Climate Change. I think we've got viewers from 16 countries, if I counted it right, which is awesome. Yeah, so basically, online tasting season is upon us, and I hate it, basically. And I think I like to put more thought behind these kind of tastings. What? And so I thought it would be good to talk about something important. I think climate change is a super important subject that we're all affected by in some way. I mean, droughts are happening, glaciers are melting, weather events are just getting more and more extreme. So yeah, and I thought as we all work with agriculture, and agriculture makes a huge impact on climate change, we need to look at what we're doing, maybe see if there's a way we can do it better, and how also we can, you know, preserve what we are doing that will not be lost for the future, basically. So then I thought to contact my lovely friends around the world and see if they would like to take part. And I'm very thankful that you guys are all taking the time to join this conversation. I'm doing the thank you round really basically at the start, because I think people will fall asleep at some point. And so I want to thank first everyone who's going to watch this. I want to thank everyone who's also supported the winemakers by buying some of the wines. Everyone who's just taken part or shared it on social media. If you want to like have a hashtag about it, wine versus climate change. If you want to share this live stream with your friends, you can still do that. It's riesling.tv. You can share it with all your friends and they can watch it there as well. And I want to thank also the guys that donated wines for the European wine package that I sent out. So that's Frucht Stereo, Slobodna, and Jan. We made like a really small 3-pack of it, and we sold all of it, which is cool. And I didn't initially plan to do it as kind of like a charity thing, but then we decided to donate the money. So in total, it's 810 euros we made with that wine pack. And I've decided to donate 666 euros to Fridays for Future as part of that. And then 150 euros, 144 euros, I think, a spare. A spare that we can maybe all decide on a cool charity where we can put the rest of the money to. So I just want to say thank you for that. Oh, and I'm Jasmine. I'm kind of the host or the organizer. And I'm a new winemaker here at the Mosel Valley. And all the winemakers and participants, panel speakers, are going to introduce themselves. And they're also going to say where they are, who they are, and also how they're being affected by climate change to begin with, just a brief rundown. And then we're going to start with the first panel discussion, which is packaging and transport. So I'll pass this on to Jan to introduce himself.
Yes, hello, I'm Jan Matthias Klein. I'm in the Mosel Valley on a 1,158-year-old winery. Since 9 years, we're working fully organic. And our biggest problem here is, I would say, the drier weather conditions in the early part of the season, and then also more pressure with fungus diseases because of warm and humid climates in the summer.
Very cool, you.
Hi, hi guys. My name is Koisi Vermeire, and I just recently joined the Staffelterhof team as the vineyard manager here. And I also still have a passion project with a friend of mine in South Africa, where we make a bit of wine in a cold climate, well, for South African conditions, cooler climate area. It's called Elgin. And yeah, if you've had a 5-minute conversation with me in the past, you'll know that I'm quite obsessed healthily about compost. And I think that's the key for me, I think, is for whole climate change and also for making this wine industry a bit more sustainable. It's gonna come down to how we treat our soils at the end. So that's the most important thing for me to look at. Yeah.
So then we pass it on to Derek.
Hi, I'm Derek Trowbridge. Thanks, Jazz. I have a small winery started in 1998 here in California. We're about an hour and a half north of San Francisco in the Russian River Valley. It's called Old World Winery, which is always an interesting juxtaposition when I'm here with all these truly old world wineries. But back in my time, starting a natural winery 23 years ago, whatever it was, that was really the only way that I could explain it. And I'm here in Sonoma County, where the last 4 years we've had wildfires, large wildfires, all in my neighboring area. So we're working on how to deal with that, and probably following along with Cozy on an organic soil amendment tool. We'll talk about that in the afternoon.
Perfect. And we'll pass it on to Luca.
Hi everyone, I'm Luca. I'm from Italy, precisely northern Itely. I work for Tenuta l'Armonia, which is a quite young wine cellar based in Vicenza, northeastern Italy. We've been severely affected by climate change, especially this summer, because this has been one of the rainiest summers on record. I got my very own house flooded 2 times this summer, and we've had several hailstorms, so seasons are switching. Dry winters against very rainy summers. That's how we've been affected.
Perfect. Then we pass it on to Alex and Maria.
Hi everyone, we are Alex and Maria Kopic from Neusiedlersee in Burgenland in the east of Austria. We have been making wine for a few centuries now, and the climate has obviously changed here too. My grandfather was born in 1920, and back then the winters were still with like a lot of snow. The lake was frozen. You can skate from one village to the other village. But now it's like no snow, it's hardly freezing during winter. Harvest is early, as in August, whereas when I was a kid, harvest was in November. But I think the biggest impact is maybe the high risk of frost in spring and the drought in summertime, so the lack of rain. That is basically the biggest challenge, I guess, for us, at least over the last couple of years, whereas this year, 2020, was an exception, maybe in general. But when it comes to the weather, we had a lot of rain this year, which was a little bit uncommon, I guess. That's it from my side.
Thank you. Then we go to Victoria.
Hola, hello everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me today. I'm Victoria Torres. I'm making wine in La Palma. That's one of the 7 islands of the Canary Islands. So that's kind of northwestern coast of Africa already, but belonging to Spain. And I'm established in this family winery that it's been continuously making wine run by the family since 1885. For me, well, I started making wine only 10 years ago, and we don't have like written records of our observation of the climate, etc., for generations. But it's still, for me, it's been clear that in these 10 last year, it's been gradually changing to the extreme that in 2016, that summer was really clear that, talking about climate change is not any longer a way that we can prevent it, but it's already that we're currently going in an abrupt climate change. And so we had wildfires that year, almost no rain, and it's becoming the normal since then. So this year, well, I have very old plants that are dying, and I got like 30 liters in one of the areas that I'm growing wine last year. That's more or less the situation.
Thank you very much. Then we go to Ryan Sturm.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I make wine down in the Santa Cruz Mountains, just about an hour and a half south of San Francisco. It's a pretty coastal climate in California, but we do have a few extreme things that we deal with. We have pretty intense heat waves. I think Derek had to deal with those as well this year, but we also have fires just like up in Sonoma, and we lost about 15% of our production just because of smoke taint this year. And we have, so that and drought and a few other things, but it's, those are probably our main challenges.
Okay. Thank you very much. Then we go over to Sweden. Yo, are you on sound?
Hello. I'm Mikael. I'm Carl. We are Fruc Stereo. Very honored to be part of this event and Zoom meeting with all these beautiful people talking about very serious things. We make fruit wine and cider, and also some wine and some beer here in Sweden. Of course, our climate is very different to a lot of other wine producing areas in the world. We are used to having, like Maria said, very, very cold winters with snow and ice. We are located in the very, very south part of Sweden, in Malmö, just across the bridge from Copenhagen. And we don't have winter anymore, basically. There's not a lot of snow. Maybe we have 1 or 2 days a year. And if there is, there's snow storms. Like it could be 1.5 meters and then it disappears after a week. Super strange.
Yeah, and we're quite fortunate because we use everything we find. So not only grapes, but also other stuff. And we don't have any own places where we have one small vineyard that we prune, but otherwise we pick fruit in different places. Also a fortunate thing to do when the climate can be super different from, 1 kilometers or 2 kilometers from each other. But most problems, of course, frost for the apples and pears. So that's quite early in the spring. Not that kind of problem for grapes generally, because it's later flowering. But of course, humidity, wet climate, a lot of rain
during the fall.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you guys. And then we go over to Slobodne.
Slobodne here.
Yo.
We farm in Western Slovakia, 100 kilometers northeast of Burgenland. We farm 17 hectares of vineyard, organic since 2016. And we also farm fields with cereals, corn, poppy seeds. I think lack of water is the major problem, and also mild winters. And I think the severity of storms. It's like the storms are becoming more and more severe. Last year, part of our vineyard was damaged by the wind. Like poles cut down, took 1 week to repair.
Okay, cool. Then I pass on to Sam.
Hi, my name is Sam and I live in California in the Bay Area presently. I've been working mostly in wine production the last few years, but I don't make any of my own wine at this point. I'd say the biggest thing that has been echoed so far by Derek and Ryan out here would be fires, heat waves, and also what that does to water. So just to echo that. Nice to be here.
Thank you for joining us. Now I'll pass it on to Jamie.
Oops.
Hello.
Pleasure.
Hello from England. My name's Jamie Good. I'm a wine journalist and communicator and writer. Background in science, fascinated by lots of issues relating to viticulture especially, but also winemaking. But I've for a long time I've been tracking the whole climate change discussion, which is, I guess we should call it climate chaos, because it's the elephant in the room whenever we talk about wine. Because as I think Richard Smart put it so wisely once, the climate chaos, it's wine is the canary in the coal mine for climate. And so small changes in climate are going to be picked up by vineyards before anything else. So that's so I'm really fascinated to listen and learn to all you guys tonight.
Perfect. Thank you. And then we go over to Nick.
Hello, my name is Nick. I run a import and distribution company in the UK, based in London, called Modal Wines. That's MODAL. And I guess I am not directly affected by climate like a lot of the other speakers here, being a non-agricultural voice. But I guess the whole world is affected, and it's, I've always had, a huge passion for all things sustainability. And I think that's always been the driving force in all the choices that I try to make. So it's always been something that is always there in the back of my mind with a lot of decision making in the work that I do, and in decisions that I make for the future. So slightly approaching it from a slightly different angle, but something I feel is extremely important, and very excited to hear from everyone on this panel, and very honored to be here.
Thank you. And then we go over to Ryan Larkin.
Hi everyone, I'm Ryan Larkin. I run Larkin Imports in Australia, which is an import company. I'm bringing in French natural wines, selling them around Australia. Some of the main things I've seen with climate change in France, just quickly, would be the extreme heat, the heat waves that have been coming through and damaging grapes. Also the frosts, which have devastated like many vineyards. So the last few years especially have been pretty crazy in France. In Australia, we're really affected here by the heat as well, and more specifically the bushfires. So this year in our summer was one of the worst years ever, completely devastating. I think there was around 19 million hectares was burnt. Even the smoke came right into the city, so it was right in people's faces. People couldn't breathe. I think 3 billion animals were affected. Lots came towards extinction. So yeah, it really is a climate emergency, I think, and it's really starting to show up right on our doorstep, and we're all accountable for it. So thank you for having me here today to speak about it a little bit.
Yeah, thank you for joining. And then we'll go over to Todd.
Hey there, my name is Todd. I'm here at Wild Ark Farm in the Hudson Valley of New York State, about an hour and a half north of the city. And we make wine and cider here. And I think one of the biggest impacts on us is the unpredictability of the climate now. We planted most of our acre little experimental vineyard here in 2018, and it was like one of the rainiest summers in 100 years here. And then there was an early freeze, which is happening more and more frequently. Polar vortex in January was, sub 20 Celsius temperatures for 3 days, and then a late frost in the spring after some of the buds have started pushing. And so we ended up losing about 80% of our vinifera planting from that planting to winter kill. Even the other established vineyards, 20-year-old vineyards around here, most of them died back to the graft union, and they had to train up new canes, and they had no fruit for 2, sometimes 3 years from those vineyards. So that's the unpredictability is something that we deal with here more than people think of the benefits of warming for cooler climate regions, but so far, so bad.
Right. Thank you. And then we go over to Piri Harkala.
Well, hello everyone. Thanks for the spontaneous invitation, Jazz, because I'm just kind of slipped in. So yeah, my name is Christine. I'm located in the Nahe region in Western Germany, southwestern part. And so we have similar problems to the ones everyone mentioned before already. But I think for us, the biggest problem is the early start of the season. Like we have mild winters, and then the bud break happens really, really early in the year. And then the late frost can be a big problem. As well as in the steep slopes, we have like barely any water. Like there's not much soil that can save the water, contains water. So it's the vine basically growing on the rocks, and there's like a big lack of water. Yeah.
Thank you, Piri. And then we go over to James.
Hi, my name's James. I'm a sommelier based in Brooklyn, and I draw wine maps and teach wine classes through a project called the Children's Atlas of Wine. And I guess, I think wine can be a lens for understanding, and I like the way that Jamie Good put it, that it can be sort of a canary in the coal mine, or a kind of a leading indicator to sort of understand what's happening So I'm just really happy to be here and listen to growers and learn more about how this is affecting all these different microcosms around the world. And I'll be hanging out in chat as well. Cheers.
Thank you. And then we go over to the Andes. You guys need to unmute your sound.
We're just waving.
Now we go.
Green.
Can you hear us? Yeah.
Yeah, now we can.
Cool. Animan. My part is to introduce Animan. Animan, it's your first part.
We are growing wines in Germany, and our main problems are, of course, frost, as Andy Weigand will tell you more about it, because he was really
hit by frost.
He was really hard hit by frost. And for me, a very critical thing is the dryness in our area. So also as Piri mentioned, we have in our steep slopes, we have really a lack of soil, and there the dryness forces us a lot to, we produce way less, and also the quality is way lower, and we have to face that, and we have to find ways to handle that. And
but just in case to say that I'm from Franken and Animan is from Rheinhessen, so we have in case the same problems, like you had also a bit of problem with frost, right?
Also frost,
yeah. We were fucked up with frost this year. We lost about 50% of our whole vintage, but it's also dry here, it's also hot here, and in May it's very cold, and we have this big problems, but I guess it's always a challenge, so it could be also very interesting when you have the problems every year. Can you say this? When you have, it's interesting to have problems.
It's more interesting.
Yeah, it's fun. It never gets boring. It never gets boring. Yeah? And so I'm from Franken. We have a lot of Silvaner, a lot of nice grape varieties, and a lot of nice soil. And Andy is from Rheinhessen, and we are together to teach you about our soils, our way of making wine. Yeah, and our lifestyle. Yeah. And thank you that we can join you.
Well, thank you, Andis, for being here. I'm just gonna, talk to you as a plural, basically from now on. A quick thank you I forgot to mention earlier is actually to Andrea, who is being the tech wizard in the background and the Wine Scholar Guild of Winnipeg, Manitoba, which generously let us use the Zoom account. So I just want to say thank you and for helping organize all the technology. Really appreciate it. And then I think we are ready to go into the first discussion round, which is packaging and transport. Because for me, as a new winemaker, I had to decide, okay, what boxes do I buy now? What bottles do I use? And there's such a wide range out there. And I was like, okay, how do you pick the best product? And the best product, I have to look at that I can finance it, of course, but also that it's sustainable and that I don't shit on the planet with it, basically. And also, but then when you wrap your first pallet up and you look at all the plastic that is being used, there's so many factors that go into, a bottle reaching its destination, which may be in New York or Australia. They go a long way. They have to go safe that way as well. How do we package and transport in the best possible way that everyone wins out of it and the planet doesn't lose out of it, basically? When we look at, I think capsules are my biggest pet hate, basically, of the whole packaging and transport. I mean, in Germany, by law, all sparkling bottles, for example, all Sekt bottles need to have a capsule by law. After a certain amount of pressure.
EU law.
It's EU law. And when you think about how many bottles are being produced just for sparkling wine on its own, I mean, Champagne in 2019 produced 301,900,000 bottles. That are all capsules that are being on there. And really, they're being torn off and chucked away. So, what?
Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. I'm not talking to you.
Great. So we're going to discuss this basically, and Maria and Alexander Kopic are taking the lead on it as the producer side of it. And then we're going to move on to the importers, which is Nick and Ryan. Yeah, cool. So Maria, you're cool to start? Right, unmute you.
Yes, we are ready. Sorry. Okay. Thank you so much for this great introduction to the first topic. It's actually the thoughts you had when you started your winery, and it's exactly the same thoughts we had, not really at the beginning when we started, because we had, you know, so many other things to go through. When you take over a winery, you know, with the wine production, just see where you are. Do you like the wines? How can I market them? And so, but then a couple of years back, then we thought, well, wait, there is way more to it than all the resources we use in farming and in the winemaking. We are very keen on wasting as little as possible, or just to be as precise as possible with all the resources we have. This has been something major important to the Kopic family ever. Like Alex was raised by the thought, don't waste anything. Of course, this then is like money overall, but not only this. Just so that you get a better impression of where we are from. It's basically the area Neusiedlersee has always been rather poor. Many farmers, but like no big rich farmers. There was no surplus, and you had to be like very focused and not try to waste resources. And then we just thought, when we can do this in the cellar and in the vineyard, we also should have a better look at our packaging. And I really don't know into how detailed you want to have this discussion, but I just brought a few samples so that you see what we were thinking about. So like, I'd like to start with the labels. Maybe it's for the audience nice to see who have never been part of a bottling session. Maybe they've never seen this, but this is like one of our labels. It comes on a big roll, and it's basically stickers on a large or very long band of plastic. And if we just count this in our winery, how much plastic it is, I have no idea, but I think it will mount up to kilometers and kilometers and kilometers of plastic waste. So one thought was, how can we reduce this? Obviously, we can have like only labels made of paper that we can glue to the bottle, but in our case, that's not really possible because our output is between 30 and 35,000 bottles a year. So we thought, instead of maybe having two labels, like a front label and a back label, we just go for one label with hardly any information on it, but this is basically just the stuff you need to have by law. That was one thought we have. Or we are still using screw caps, but we won't, starting with the next vintage, we will not use screw caps anymore because it's problem with recycling them. So we decided now to only use 100% natural corks for all the wines we have. I don't know if it makes sense if I show this to you, but it's a natural cork from Portugal, with no glue and no nonsense inside. Just to give you the other one, this is like a press cork. I don't know the English term for this, but it's basically grated cork and then glued together. I think everybody knows these, but we don't use the glued ones. We will only use the natural ones. Is this enough already, or you want to hear more of what we're doing? just.
If you want to elaborate more, you're more than welcome to do so. I think it's really interesting what you're sharing with everyone.
Okay, then maybe one obvious thing is that we use our wine boxes. They are from recycled paper and with no print, as you can see. We thought we don't put any print on them just to save the environment, because this is again also maybe nothing you really need. I know I love those nice designed shiny boxes. I would love to have some by myself, as maybe you've realized that I'm rather keen on design, as you can see on our labels, but we just thought we really need to do something. And the moment you have unpacked the box, it's basically trash and you don't need it anymore. And what else do we have? Oh yeah, maybe just one more thing is the bottles we are buying. I never really so far got into how are they really produced. So I'm happy to learn. If you have an input for us, I'm happy to receive it. But for the bottles so far, what we do is we always use the lightest ones. So the ones with the smallest weight. And because as all of the winemakers here, we ship our wines all around the world. So the heavier the freight is, the higher the CO2 emissions, obviously. So we thought, since we are already part of the polluters, because we transport so much, the least we can do is maybe then just to use lightweight bottles. That's basically, I think. Just let me have a look at my notes.
That's already fantastic information, Maria.
Yeah, and maybe just one more thing. When we really go through those different steps from the barrel to the end consumer, I think there is a lot we can do, but it also needs to be in harmony with the producer's possibilities and resources, of course. But sometimes there are things where the producer just has no chance in making any decisions. For example, in Canada, the state or Department of Ontario, it's not allowed to have if you have a cork bottle, it needs to be sealed. So it's not allowed that the cork is shown. So you either have to put wax on it or tin capsules. So there is nothing you can do about this. You just have to do it. Or for the States, you have to have a second label, or also for Finland or Japan or yeah. And maybe just Alex just reminded me that I forgot about this. Just talking about the wax, maybe just this is one last thing. When we had our first wines, we started waxing and did this for a couple of years. And I had no idea, I'm so sorry, maybe this is stupid, but I really had no idea that what I thought was wax is actually plastic. So the wax you just buy for sealing your wines is basically plastic. So now we're not using this anymore. And at the moment, our bottles are naked on top, but we now we have a beehive for various reasons, but also in the future, we will have our own beeswax on some of the bottles. This is just a little thing we thought we can also do.
That's super cool. Also, I think with the boxes, did you say the box was self-sealing or?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that makes a big difference as well.
I did not say it, but yes, it's self-sealing. This is the top and this is the bottom.
Because that's the box, like Jan doesn't use the exact same boxes, but the box he is using now and I get to use as well, they're self-sealing as well. And it just makes such a difference in the amount of tape we would go through.
Definitely. Yeah, the amount of tape you need in a winery is crazy. So it's like only when it comes to wrapping the pallets, but I think Ryan Larkin will go through this topic, I guess. It's just like the plastic you need by whatever you do is really crazy to some extent. So we try to reduce this amount. I'm sure we can do better. So whatever kind of input anyone has, please share it with us. But yeah, we are on it and we're trying to get better every day.
Yeah, and I mean, if there are,
boxes very common?
sorry?
Sorry, Jazz, I was just going to ask, are those boxes very common, the self-sealing ones? Because I've never really seen them before, but it seems like a really great idea.
Yeah, I think they're coming up now. They're getting more common just because people are. It's more. I think it's also more practical, but also people are seeing the advantage that you have to use a lot less plastic with those boxes, but getting more popular here, especially the organic wineries here in Germany from Ecovin. We are certified under Ecovin, which is the biggest association of organic wine growers, and they don't allow plastic tape at all. So we're using paper tape if we make for example, for post boxes or something.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, so I think that's actually then also a good move over to you, Ryan.
Sure.
Want to talk about the wrapping of the pallets?
Yeah. I think just quickly as well, like, all these little things, these labels and sellotape, and they're all sort of small amounts, but it goes with, things we use every day, like plastic bags and coffee cups and drink bottles and things like that. It's all small amounts, but with 7 or 8 billion people on the planet, it all adds up, and it's we all have to try as hard as we can to cut these things out as much as possible and make everything sustainable, because it all really adds up in the end. I was thinking about, for me, we're so far away in Australia, shipping wines all the way from France, and a lot of the other importers here shipping wines from all over Europe and USA and whatnot. There's the cars, the planes, the ships, the petrol. Maria's talked about with the boxes and the sellotape, the plastic labels, that sort of thing. And one of the big things for us, I guess, is the plastic wrap that is being used on the pallets of wine that come across. So to just give everyone a quick idea, there'll be a pallet of wine with about 50 dozen wine boxes stacked on there. And to keep that nice and stable and on the shipment and during transport, it's wrapped up with plastic wrap. So if you think of the cling wrap that we all have in our homes for food, we try not to have, but we all use it a little bit in restaurants. It's like a very thick version of that. So it just holds everything in place. The problem is that it's, one, it's plastic, so it's made with fossil fuels. And two, it's single use. So the plastic gets wrapped, it gets shipped, someone cuts it off, and it basically gets thrown in the bin, in the rubbish or the garbage. In Australia, I found out that we use 150,000 tons of this wrap every year. So if you think about how light, the cling wrap, if you wrap a plate of food, if you think about how light that is, in Australia alone, we're using 150,000 tons a year of that. So it's pretty crazy. And if you think about it, like it's not just wine, it's everything. Everything's packaged and shipped around the world, parts for cars, etc. Everything is, and some things are wrapped up and sent to one country, remanufactured and sent back to another country. So it's pretty crazy. And I guess the problem is that with plastic, it's this single-use plastic. It ends up in the rubbish, or even worse, in the ocean. Some of it can take 400 years to break down. And this releases greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, which heats the planet. And then the other problem is that all trees and everything are being cut down at a pretty alarming rate. we have all these fires that are burning everything down. So we're not sequestering as much carbon as we used to, which is causing the planet to heat up. And with the oceans, the plankton used to sequester a lot of that carbon as well. But now with all the microplastics that are entering the ocean, that's stopping the photosynthesis. And so they're not sequestering as much carbon as they should be, or as they used to. So that's why the planet is heating up. It's pretty crazy when you think about it. But the good thing is here that there's a solution that is coming, and I guess it's probably happening across the world. But there's a young couple here called Julia and Geordie Kay. So they've started a company called Great Wrap, which is the world's first certified compostable stretch wrap. So they're using it, they're making it for the home and specifically for pallets as well. So Geordie used to be a winemaker, and the idea came to him, you know, just seeing all this plastic everywhere. It was crazy. So they're using organic plant waste, plant-based material to make these plastic wraps. It's fully compostable, so there's a few things to that. It has to be under 30 degrees Celsius, and it will break down in 180 days. I think it's 2 to 5 years if it's in landfill. But if it's composted correctly, then it will break down within 180 days, and it will leave absolutely no toxins behind at all. So this is a pretty huge thing. It's going to make a massive difference, not only to the wine industry, but just to any industry around the world that uses this wrap. It's pretty impressive. They launched this year in March, and then COVID came and just stuffed everything up, all the manufacturing and everything. But they hope to have their 100% plant-based certified compostable wrap released in February next year. So it's coming very soon. If you want to look at their website, it's called greatwrap.co. So I really urge you to look at that. They're talking about doing the manufacturing here in Australia as well, so it's more sustainable. But it's something that they would like to set up and hope that other people would, you know, start to do across the world as well, because we don't have a huge amount of time left, and we need to be doing everything we can pretty urgently to make as much difference as possible. So the sooner we can all do this and start using it, the better. And I think they said that in the beginning, it costs twice as much as normal wrap, but their aim is to have it the same price. I think even at double the price, the cost to the planet, you know, it's a very small cost to pay whether we pass it on to consumers or not. But yeah, it's a pretty huge issue. It's also really cool that these guys have found a solution. There's a podcast on Shape the System on Spotify, so you can have a listen to them both talk about it in a bit more detail, the specifics on there. But yeah, it's pretty amazing what they've done, and we'll certainly be looking to use that here and both overseas as well as soon as possible.
I think, if I may interrupt there, there was actually a UK company as well who released a biodegradable wrap, apparently. But then you saw in the small print that they were actually like calling it oxo-degradable. And then I had to Google search what that actually meant. And oxo-degradable sounds really great, I think, as a term, but it just means it goes to microplastic faster. So it's not like biodegradable at all. And they were just putting it like really in the small print where you could see the difference.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem because there's all this terminology and everything, and it can all be quite confusing. But like you say, biodegradable just means that it breaks down into very small pieces, and so a lot of these products still have ethylene and propylene in them, made from fossil fuels, and so when these plastics, they've still got plastic in them essentially, so they can be biodegradable. When they break down, it just turns into smaller pieces. They can float off into the ocean or into wherever. So you really need to look for something that is 100% compostable and certified as well.
Awesome. So thank you, Ryan. I'm going to pass this on to Nick now, because when Nick was here, was that in March? February. He organized this awesome summit with wonderful winemakers that he works with. And I remember Nick running around with a label that he asked Jan to print or organize, basically. And it was like with grass paper, I think, if I'm not completely wrong. And I thought it was really cool to see. And hence, I thought Nick would be a really cool speaker to have on board.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, speaking from the perspective of an importer and from, I guess, the perspective of distribution, I think that, of course, like packaging, well, the way I look at it is transportation is by far, you know, the most damaging aspect of the work that I do. If we're going to talk about emissions, the transport of wine around the world, I think that's a big issue, but it's also a very, very complex issue. Something that I always think about, and I try and think of, you know, if I get to a certain size and when I'm able to control more variables than I am now, what are the things that I would change? And, you know, if we do have time, I'd love to touch on that. The thing with packaging, though, is that for me, it is so easy to do right now. And from my experience talking with all of the growers that I work with, it seems that it's such an obvious, like there's so many little things that can be changed that for the better that are so obvious, but, you know, whether it's because, you know, winemakers have so many things to do, you know, the work in the vineyards, the work in the winery, that, you know, when it comes to packaging, very often it's something that maybe doesn't get thought about in the way that it should, as far as the little details and how to make things better and more sustainable. And I think that I've always thought of it as my duty as an importer to speak to my growers and to request certain things that I think could be done better. And it's something, you know, 3 of the growers that I'm happy to work with are on this panel today. So, you know, I'm sure we've had many of these chats before, but there's, you know, little things that, you know, Maria touched on, for example, with the self-sealed boxes. I think that's such a tiny detail that makes an enormous difference. You know, if we're talking about the amount of tape that goes into boxes, and it's not just the tape that goes into boxes at the winery, the wine then arrives in a distribution center. If it has to be split cases to go to a customer, it gets reboxed, you get another layer of tape. I mean, and it's great to reuse boxes, but, you know, I've received boxes at home from my warehouse that have had literally like 5 layers of tape on them. The problem with these boxes is there's a very high likelihood that they are not going to be recycled because of the amount of tape that's on them. So a self-sealed box, you know, it's, I've also looked into a lot of the pricing because I've had so many of these conversations with growers, and then it's actually, it's either very similar price or a tiny bit more expensive. It's really not a big difference. When it comes to boxes as well, I think that some boxes just have way too much dead space. And what I mean by that is that I've seen, you know, a couple of my growers use self-sealed boxes that are actually like the smallest possible boxes you can have, where the bottles themselves are as compact in there, obviously still, you know, in a safe sort of way as far as breakages are concerned, but so much dead space, if you think about it, like space on a pallet in a box where, you know, there's different components that maybe look cool when you open the box, but I think that we really have to start thinking about sacrificing aesthetic for the sake of sustainability. Things like printing on boxes, like Maria mentioned, I think that's, you know, there's no need for print on boxes. I personally feel you can put the sticker of the label on there and that's it. It also means that box could be reused more often than not because there's no print on it. And then capsules are a massive pet peeve of mine. I'm very happy that I'm now at a point where about 80% of the wines that I sell come without capsules. And that's just purely from conversations with growers. And every single grower that I've spoken to is more than happy to send me wines without capsules. Obviously that requires like advanced conversations, you know, certain bits of allocation that they need to label without capsules. But I think if more people like me have these conversations with growers, we could get to a point where actually putting capsules on becomes the exception. For example, like Maria said, with this Canadian customer that requires capsules, that's fine. For me, that should be the exception. Let's face it, capsules are purely an aesthetic addition. You know, the majority of wine that is made today is not meant to be stored for 40 years. I would say like 0.05% maybe. So as far as the protection aspect of it, I just think it's almost irrelevant nowadays. You know, tin capsules are, I guess, technically recyclable. Although tin that's left on bottles, there's a chance of basically staining glass when it gets crushed and when it gets heated to be recycled. So there are potential damages that make it non-recyclable when the tin is left on that bottle. And then the rest of capsules tend to be made with PVC, so plastic basically, or polylaminate, which contains plastic. So I don't know. For me, I just can't believe that we're still at a point where capsules are actually still very, very commonplace. For me, they need to be the exception. You know, the first thing you do is you stick them off a bottle and you throw them in the bin. And then labels. So with labels, actually, I know a little bit less about labels. I had to do a bit of research because I did a sort of own label project that I'm doing with various growers of mine. So I had to print my own labels, and through research, basically, my first idea was recycled paper, and actually, there are a lot of very, very great like recycled papers that look really, really good. So you don't have to sacrifice the aesthetic if you're using recycled paper. You know, obviously maybe it's not going to be your glossy, super shiny type of label, but there's a lot of amazing looking recycled paper labels. The one that I ended up going for was made with 50% hay, so like dried grass, basically. Which according to the manufacturer, and you know, it's hard for me to fact check this, but according to the manufacturer, it was something like 99% less water, 75% less emissions. I mean, you know, it was like some pretty epic stats. The label itself I love the look of it. Obviously it's a look because it's a little bit, it's textured and it's got the like sort of like little bits of grass and things like that on the label. Obviously that's maybe not a type of paper that would be applicable for a lot of different wines, but at the very least, what I always encourage the people that I work with is just to think through all of those details. What paper are you using? Where can you save in packaging? Because it's so easy. You know, there's so many other aspects. Obviously, winemaking itself is extremely, you know, intensive as far as emissions and as far as water use. And it's very hard to get around that. And like I said, I'm a non-agricultural voice. I can't speak towards that. But something like packaging for me just seems like such an easy thing that we can do now and that we can change now. And yeah, and I think that's weight of bottles as well. I think that's an obvious one. Try and use very lightweight bottles. And then we can, you know, obviously we can go into alternative formats, things that aren't glass and all sorts of that. I just don't know how much time we have, and I don't want to take over the conversation. But I think my main point is let's change packaging now because it's so easy, and then without losing sight of obviously the bigger issues like transportation and ways of consolidation and intermodal transport and all sorts of other things we can do as far as reducing emissions in the supply chain.
We have a lot of questions coming up for packaging and transport. And I think, yeah, we should probably tackle them. Sam, where's Sam? Ah, yo, Sam, can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Correct. You've got a list of the questions, right? Because I'm not able to.
Yeah. We've got some really great ones that have been coming in. I picked a few. There are some of the same questions coming up. So anybody who wants to address these can go ahead and tackle them. Regarding packaging, there have been a lot of questions about opinions of kegs, cans, boxed wine, bagged wine. What are the pros and cons of some of these alternative packaging methods? And somebody also asked, what is a pro of glass and why does that keep being used? So whoever wants to best to tackle that one.
Good. All right. I might go with the box one. I'm gonna pass glass on, maybe to Nick. I don't know. I mean, like the advantage with like the boxes, for example, is that you can pack more efficiently and people can buy the one box. And, you know, the box and bag-in-box wines, for example, they tend to be a bigger format, so people can use the product for longer, which I think is a big advantage. So you don't have like 5 individual bottles, for example, at home, but you have the one bag-in-box. Also, they're really good, especially for natural wine. I think, yeah, I mean, well, all natural winemakers on here. The wine doesn't oxidize, even if you have the bag for 3 weeks at home, the bag-in-box basically, for 3 weeks at home. So there's quite good advantages to it. But I actually did some surveys on Twitter regarding this subject that might fit in here pretty good. So I posted some questions on my Twitter, and all the questions were more or less responded to by at least 100 people. So just so you get an idea of the framing here. And my first question was capsules. As the customer, do you actually want them on the bottles? And 41% said, yes, I love capsules. And 59% said, Doug, no, I hate them. Which I thought would be even stronger. I don't know, but maybe because I hate capsules so much, I just want everyone to hate them. People seem to think that the capsules make the wine more prestige in a way. That's one like feedback I got from it, and that the wine can age better, basically. Yeah, that's the feedback I got, you know. Then heavy bottles. Does a heavy bottle make an impact on your purchasing decision? And 64% said no. And when I say these heavy bottles, I explained in the tweet that I mean like kind of like the clay ones we see. I see them most often from like Austrian winemakers, for example. And they're so heavy. And I don't really understand their purpose. Maybe someone can explain that, but
it's the SUV of the bottles.
Yes.
They're also quite popular these days, unfortunately.
Yeah, but heavy, like even like a 6 case for me to walk around with, like when I carry it, is also just really unpleasant. Then we have, do you feel like a sparkling wine bottle needs to have a capsule when you make the purchasing decision? And that was, I thought, was really interesting. 78% said no to the capsules on sparkling wines, and 22% just said yes. Yeah, so, and then in regards to closures, I asked if you have preferred closures for still wines, please tell me. And 7% just like the glass capsules, 52% were good old cork, and 41% were on the screw cap. So yeah, I don't know if my answer with the bag-in-box was good enough. Maybe someone can add up on it.
Yeah, no, that was great. Thank you for sharing some of your results from that. We are also getting a lot of questions about kegs, if anybody wants to speak to that specifically.
I think, is Deandra in the chat? Deandra is a wine. Yeah, perfect. Could we actually get Deandra on the screen if she's cool with it?
She's a kegspert.
She's the kegspert, exactly.
If I may, Slobodna, I have a lot of experiences with kegs because we use them for selling wine during one music festival, and it's very good for cooling wine during summer, very fast. I think, and I also have experience with like élevage in kegs. They work well, but they are very unpractical as regards of like transportation. Like you can, unless there is a standardized system of kegs used in wine globally, then it's a problem. You have to need your own kegs, then you have to ship those kegs back. So the double the transportation.
But that doesn't
I
apply to key kegs, really. They're one-way kegs.
Yeah, but they're plastic.
Yeah.
But then it's plastic.
Can you hear me?
So they are 99% recyclable. So if your country has a recyclable system for PET, they can be recycled and become pallets and become new kegs. They're quite standard nowadays when it comes to microbrewers and micro wineries. And they are quite easy to transport, actually. Very, very easy. You can fit, 2 times the amount of wine in one pallet as you could with a glass. And we have a good system for transporting them in Sweden as well out to the restaurants. So we have no problem with the kegs. And they're easy to fill fast.
Yeah. I think that.
Can I get Deandra in there?
Hi guys, this is Deandra from Ebb and Flow Keg. We're a startup based in Frankfurt in Germany. Yeah, as I said, I'm Deandra. I'm originally from the United States and I moved to Germany end of 2015 to study international wine business in Geisenheim. And yeah, I had my first experience with stainless steel kegs in New York, working at City Winery, which is an urban winery. And they have an event space there, and they also make wine and fill it basically directly from the kegs from barrels into their kegs, and then tap it upstairs in their barrel room, which is basically a bar. My second experience with wine and kegs was working at Au Bon Climat and Coupé Cellars on the central coast of California. They basically just keg their wine and ship it off. Their provider is Free Flow, which is actually something that would be interesting if it existed here in Europe. And I'm not sure how to say your name, Slobodon from Slovenia, mentioned that like kegs are practical, but not in the shipping or logistics sense because you have to get them back. Kegs aren't cheap, obviously. They cost around 80 euros for a 20-liter keg normally. Yeah, and that's basically what I'm working on right now, is to try to establish something similar to like Free Flow. For those in the United States, I'm pretty sure you're aware of it, but something like that here in Europe. Yeah, just a few, I guess, numbers or statistics when it comes to glass. Germany is like the #1 recycling country in the world, but only about 83% of glass is actually recycled. And of course, it's very intensive. And I think Nick already from the UK mentioned, yeah, just the high energy expenditure when it comes to melting glass and making it new again. And then obviously having it formed and then shipped off again to be refilled. So recycling is okay in Germany, but it's still a long way and still very energy intensive. Whereas for kegs, they have a lifespan of 35 years, stainless steel kegs. They have to be obviously returned. So there is a CO2 footprint when it comes to transportation and obviously cleaning, water, cleaning supplies, things like that. But in the long run, it is more efficient. And in the new year, we're going to be doing a CO2 footprint analysis in comparison to glass bottles, bag-in-box, and also key keg. The guys in Sweden mentioned that key keg is an option, but not everywhere. It's really hard to guarantee the recycling process of key kegs, because we definitely thought about using key kegs at the beginning, but we've decided that we just want to stick with using stainless steel kegs because they're not going anywhere. We get to keep them in our site, essentially. And yeah, at the end of the day, like key kegs are only partially able to be recycled, like the foot and the bottom are able to be recycled, but the like plastic bag inside is just basically like a bag-in-box kind of thing that's multi-layered polyethylene, and that's not easy to be recycled, unfortunately, the way that they're built right now. but there is a lot of, I think, development going on when it comes to these kinds of things. So I think in the next 10, 15 years, we can definitely see a recyclable bag and box plastic bag, but right now that's not really like a thing. Yeah, I guess what else is interesting with stainless steel kegs.
Hey, can I ask, I'll jump in there.
Yeah.
Anya was asking about quality problems with wines in reusable kegs. I guess those quality problems have to do with like not proper cleaning, or do you have any experience with that? Like, do you know anything about that?
If your keg is cleaned properly, so, you know, using like a normal alkaline citric process and then steamed, and then there shouldn't be any sort of quality issues. Our team right now, we're being funded from the Ministry of Economics and Energy in Germany, and we're doing research with Hochschule Geisenheim to actually track the quality of wine and also the aging of wine, and also testing sparkling wine, how long the bubbles last, basically, for Perlwein and Schorle, beliebte deutsche Wein. And so, yeah, the quality actually, though, the enology department in Geisenheim has already done tests when it comes to key kegs and also stainless steel kegs, and the quality is equal, if not better, than with glass bottles. Yeah, it's just that they're not used very often because of logistics and also just how fast you sell the products inside and where you want to sell them. There is no infrastructure for kegs right now in Europe. And not even in Germany. When we look at the beer industry, most breweries obviously have their own kegs, but they are responsible for those kegs themselves. There's no unified cleaning system. So every beer brewery basically has their own cleaning facility, and they take care of those kegs.
Interesting. Is Todd around right now? Because Todd has, or yeah, perfect. Or Todd, you've got, as well as Ryan Sturm as well, you use cans for some of your wines or for some of your products. Maybe you can talk a little bit about cans if you're cool with that.
Yeah, sure. I posted in the chat already a little story about when we were self-distributing still, and I would always try to carry 2 cases of bottles into a shop and either drop and break them or break my back. And as soon as we started canning and I realized I could stack 3 cases of cans and carry them easily, I just realized the weight difference is enormous. And so, yeah, for us, it's, you know, if we're shipping stuff to California from New York, you can fit so many more cans on a pallet. And just in general, I believe, I don't remember the percentages, but I know it's much higher percentage of aluminum cans recycled in the US than glass bottles. And so, you know, if you're looking for that percentage to increase, then putting more out in cans than in bottles tends to work. So we've had good luck with it. I think the linings are still questionable. They're all still somewhat plastic lined here in the US. They don't really have any epoxy lined cans from any of the US manufacturers. So you're still dealing with a little bit of plastic. My original hesitancy to use cans was because I believed that there was BPA in those plastic linings, but they're actually labeled as BPA NI, which means non-intent. Similarly to if you buy a cookie that says manufactured in a facility that also processes nuts, they just have to say that the machinery also touches BPA plastics. But I'm a fan of it. I think, you know, for the stuff that we put in it, which is, you know, we don't really do any, not that we make high-end wines, but we don't do any higher end wines or still wines in cans. We only put the piquette and some of our ciders in canned, things that are meant to be drunk. You know, they were released in spring, drink them by fall. So we're not dealing with long aging processes either.
Awesome. Then I have another, I think, interesting point. Jamie Good posted this some while ago on his Instagram, I think. You know, the samples, you had these pouches for samples. Can you just tell everyone about that, maybe?
So one of the consequences of the whole lockdown situation has been this proliferation of virtual tastings. And obviously, as a wine journalist in the past, I'll have been going to big tastings and also being sent an awful lot of samples at home. And so, you know, the problem in the past has been that, you know, wine is quite fragile. It's very sensitive to oxygen. You can't just get 6 small bottles and decant the wine into those 6 small bottles and post them off, because the oxygen pickup during that process is going to lead to massive quality deterioration by the time people open it and taste it. But what's happened and certainly in the UK, I've seen there's maybe 4 companies now have developed systems for producing maybe 70 centiliter samples from a bottle, where there's a system where the wine can be transferred into these smaller sample bottles or pouches or whatever container you want to use, in the absence of any oxygen at all, usually in an argon system. And if it's done well, there's no oxygen pickup in that transfer, then you can post off these small samples. And I've been getting loads of these small samples. And in the wine trade, there's been a lot of sampling going on using full bottles, where that could be transferred, given that the system works quite well, to these smaller bottles. Although I have to say there's one set of samples I got on recently where everything was a bit oxidized. But that's just, that's the only one. Where everything else I've tried, I've had confidence these are the wines, the way they're supposed to taste. And I know this is not major, just thinking about wine journalists, but generally speaking, in terms of the wine world, any sampling activity, if it can be done like that, is going to save a lot of wine. It's going to save a lot of packaging, a lot of weight, and a lot of shipping. But also it opens up opportunities to get people closer to the wine, normal consumers, because normal consumers, you know, buying a bottle of wine, especially an interesting bottle of wine, is quite a major investment for a lot of people. You know, they're dropping 20 euros on a bottle of wine. For a lot of people, that's a lot of money. That's a significant outlay. If there's an option of being able to taste wines first, then I think this could lead to help people to, you know, drink better in smaller quantities, because they've got confidence it's going to be a wine they quite like. So I'm all for this sort of this move towards sampling in smaller bottle sizes.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Are there any final questions regarding packaging and transport? Sam, how's it looking on the...
I think the last big question that we keep getting is opinions about corks, like the Noma cork, for example, and other kinds of composite corks that are marketed as being biodegradable or recyclable. Yeah, some opinions about those alternatives.
Okay, who wants to tackle the cork question? I think maybe that's one for Jan. You've got the...
Well, with corks, it's a difficult, a difficult thing. Like we've used corks until 2015, and then we pretty much abandoned them all, because even though the general quality of corks got better with the emergence of screw caps and other alternative closures again, we found that we had a lot more problems of with the natural corks in regards to the chemicals that are used for washing that are not completely removed, and then you get these very slight taints from corks that nobody really recognizes as a cork taint, but it covers the real taste of the wine. And then it's always, everybody says it's the winemaker's fault. He doesn't do a good job and his wine is not that interesting. And these cork taints are, for us producers, way more dangerous than a real cork taint. And that's why we went full screw cap in 2015. Then I discovered a few alternatives, or I thought alternatives. There was the new Noma cork made from sugarcane, but yeah, it's only sugarcane alcohol that gets turned into plastic. So it's not a real natural product either, because it's not biodegradable. And newest thing that we have started using now is the Diam Origine. So Diam is a granulated cork put together. Before it was put together by plastic, but the Diam Origine is put together by lignins. So it's all natural granulated cork, and we're using those corks for our natural wines. So we have a classic range that is screw capped, and we have the natural wines that are with the Diam Origine. Yeah.
But Jan, the Diam Origine is not biodegradable, right?
Well, it should be, because it's only cork and lignin. It's no plastic in it.
Are you 100% sure?
I'm not
Because I
100%.
have something different. We are not using Diam. I show you the brand we are using. It's from Portugal, and it's like cut from the oak, and it's like not the granular thing, but the natural one. And we heard that the Diam, that it's like what you mentioned before, that it's like in the small print. When you really dig in deeper into it, it will give you the information that it's actually not biodegradable. But I have no idea if this is true. This is just a cork professionalist told me, but I have no idea if this is the truth.
Yeah, it's very hard to find out the truth when you're talking to cork people from either side. The natural cork people are not talking about their things that they are doing with chemicals, and the other people with the alternative corks are not maybe telling you all the whole things that are putting into the cork. So that's why a screw cap is it's not ideal because it's aluminium or some other kind of metal that you use, but it's also a recyclable metal. And usually when when the bottles are put in the container, this metal will be, I think, will be used because it's quite valuable. So I think the aluminium will be recycled. Of course, it takes also energy to recycle that, but also we have to. I think it's also kind of a sustainability that if you put all this effort into making a product and producing it, then you want it to be tasting the way it is supposed to be, and not have a 5% of waste or 2% of waste because you're using a more natural product to close it. So it's a difficult decision to make, I think.
I'm 100% on your side, but I think that the problem we have is that it's really hard to make a decision because we just don't have the information. I mean, we are winemakers, I'm not a scientist, I don't have the information, so I just can make a decision based on the information I have. And if it's the wrong one, I'm happy to hear the experts explaining me why it's the wrong one and what I could do better. But as Yasmin said in the beginning, I think we are not here to judge, we're just here to raise, and try to make something better, maybe.
It's also, I think, with the corks, something to also think the cost of corks is so expensive. Or at least, like, for me as a new winemaker, like the fact that I have to spend 6,000 euros I'll be spending this year just alone on corks. For me is like a really huge expense. So yeah, what Jan is saying, I want to make sure that how I bottle it then, how I cork it then is also secure, because for me losing like 2 or 5% is a big chunk of my cash flow. So it's also an important point to think about, basically. I think we're gonna wrap up packaging and transport unless there are some major urgent questions involved with this.
I think we've addressed the bulk of the questions that have come through theme-wise for this.
Perfect. So, well, that went way longer than I thought it would. But I think it's a really important subject. So thank you for taking part in the first discussion round. We are moving on to hot climate. Where are my points? Where are my words? So we're going to talk to Victoria Torres-Pessis. We're going to talk to Ryan Sturm. We're going to talk to Derek Trowbridge and Tenuta Lamonia. So we've got Italy, California, and Spain, Canary Islands represented here. And I think when we talk about hot climate nowadays, we have to talk about the wildfires that were going on in California, even up to Oregon. And I think Felix, who makes wine in Canada, he was also talking about wildfires. And then, of course, Australia also was a big wildfire country this year. And the 2020 Californian wildfires were actually the largest fire recorded in modern Californian history. And 4% of the state's 100 million acres of land were on, or are, I think some parts are still even now on fire. And what do? You know, it's this like devastating. It's life-threatening. I mean, people really die in them. But also the product. I think Ryan was mentioning that earlier already with the smoke taint. I think that's a really good, important first point we can discuss about. Maybe I'll pass it first on to Derek. Derek, you can maybe tell the guys about your experience and maybe how close even the fires were in front of your porch, basically, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been an interesting 5 years for me. We had an accidental house burn in 2016 that wasn't related. And then every year after, we've had a wildfire come to our back door. Excuse me. 2017, it literally almost reburned the winery and house that had already burned the year before. The worst one, though, was this 2020 because it was a new thing. We had 2 fires on both sides, to the west of us and to the east. And we had to get a permit to go in and harvest our grapes just because it was a quarantine zone. Changed everything, changed the way I view things, you know, and why are we in this situation? You know, that's the main conversation here. And, you know, because it's been 4 years, we see a pattern, and the pattern starts with drought and flood, because also we've had floods, and they aren't as more as notable, but and that's what science is telling us. Jamie Good mentioned climate chaos. That's the word I used, or the way I describe it too. Is climate chaos is what we're feeling, and the science says you're going to have less stable or climate stability. You're going to have more flood and fire, and the news is showing that, and that's what brings us more fire, because the floods during the winter. You know, when we have a flood year, you know, we get plenty of rainfall, but it's usually followed by drought. The drought is the problem. It's what brings the fires. And the biggest problem that I have is the winds. We've got offshore winds coming from the west often and to the east, but that are drying things out. I have some some dry farm new vine plantings, and 2020 was really difficult in the summer on these because of the winds. Those winds strike fear into us because we know, you know, the PG&E is our electric company, and they shut off the power because they're worried about their poles falling down and transformers blowing up. And that's basically how 2017 fire started. And because as a community, we don't do prescriptive burn, which means light a fire on purpose and sort of put out where you don't want it to be. We've got a lot of fuel load. And so I don't know if that is just, you know, that just touches on it. I don't know how deep to go into that, Jasmine, if you want to hear us a little bit more, or if I should stop there. But anyway, I'll say a little bit more. So the winds sort of drive us into our homes, and, you know, then we get these blackouts, and the PG&E is trying to control the damage loss of starting fires, and it's not really a controllable situation other than to shut off the public's power. And we're talking about a large community that gets shut off each time. So this is where we're at. It makes, you know, farming difficult. It makes harvesting way difficult. Ryan mentioned, and he'll speak next, about the smoke taint. I can't remember the number, but it was a large number of grapes, at least 20%, if not more, in Sonoma County didn't get picked. And it created this whole problem of wineries having I'm talking about large wineries, having an overabundance of wine in this past year COVID related perhaps, and then not even wanting to take grapes. So they just sent growers letters, hey, we're not taking your grapes, you got smoke taint. So growers that wanted to fight their way out of that had to do testing. The testing took 3 weeks because nobody was ready for this level of attack on labs. So it just created this, again, social chaos from the climate chaos. And it was really a tough season, toughest thing I've ever done. And being outside, which my crush pad's outside, breathing the smoke was really incredible. And it makes me want to change how I do things next year, because it did have a significant impact on my health. And yeah, I'm still dealing with that today.
Thank you, Derek. Maybe we pass it on to Ryan then to talk about the smoke taint.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, my history of making wine's not, I'm not super old. So I kind of have like a decade of experience here, and we've had, a few fires, but this year was like really the first year it kind of like fucked me pretty good. And, we had a fire that started with a kind of a freak, like dry lightning storm in August. And there was like 3 simultaneous fires kind of dotted like to the northwest, northeast, and south of the Santa Cruz Mountains. So like multiple regions simultaneously had some pretty intense wildfires this year starting in August. And like the kind of just the scope of that, like there was just so many different places that kind of just lit up at once, kind of right around where we're based. So we're like just south of the Santa Cruz Mountains, at like the heart of the Monterey Bay. So like we're kind of right between where all these like fires had just started. So I thought one of my vineyards would be okay. We were like 6-ish miles from active flames as close as everything got. And we just kept taking samples and checking every 2 weeks, but we got shut out of the vineyard for, at least 3 weeks. There was a quarantine and you could not enter just because of safety concerns. There's just like trees falling, like huge redwood trees just after the burn, just would fall down. So like, it was just kind of dangerous. But, we ended up taking just doing some sample fermentations, and after 2 days it just tasted like barbecued, like burnt trash. So we decided to distill all of our most of our red grapes from Santa Cruz into brandy this year because of that. But I think like more importantly, like what kind of drives that is we do have like these late season heat waves that seem to be more increasingly severe. And like, that's the thing that kind of dictates, I think, more, not just picking decisions, but it really like will ruin the entire crop pretty quickly. And I think like, at least for me, those they come at the worst possible time, but they do coincide with what Derek was describing, a lot of the offshore winds. So things dry out to the point where the humidity might be in the teens or lower. So that's, super, super dry. And it's at a period where California, for the most part, hasn't seen any rainfall since the springtime, because we're, pretty Mediterranean climate. So all of our rain kind of clusters in the winter. So we have a super long dry period. And then those heat waves kind of dry everything out to the point where any spark will just light things up, and the winds kind of push things pretty hard. So it's like those heat waves though, like we lost all of our Cabernet in Santa Cruz with a heat wave in August, the same one that caused that fire. It got up to, 109 Fahrenheit, which is like, 45 Celsius. And that's it spent the entire month of July. I don't think it got above 70 degrees because we had tons of fog. So it's like that extreme differential at that time of year can kind of just create a lot of damage just in and of itself. So like, I think, at least for me, that is maybe the biggest threat to just having a successful crop in certain regions in California that are kind of on the cusp of being farmable with the various water situations. It depends how each site, how dependent they are for irrigation or not. So, and this year we, additionally, it was just weird the entire time. We had frost in May, and, just to start off, at least in Santa Cruz. But, so we had fires starting in August that lasted, about a month. It was like kind of a hellish time, just really sucked. And we had subsequent heat waves that drove and created other wildfires kind of all over the state. So you couldn't really tell like what smoke was coming from where, but by and large, we did learn quite a bit about smoke taint, and it seems to be like a pretty nuanced thing, and proximity to the fire aspect and slope of the landscape and how it moves around, what fuel sources burning, all cause like different compounds to form in the wine. We learned that white grapes in general just are a lot better suited in California. Just, in heat waves, they suffer a lot less in terms of, desiccation. And even the same vineyard we lost all our Pinot, we successfully harvested our Chardonnay. That seems like it has a waxy enough cuticle that it could withstand a certain amount of smoke taint and still make a pretty decent wine. So those little things that we didn't really know, we'll probably pay a lot more attention to kind of going forward. So it just, it did show that there was, maybe some navigable way in the future, but not to say that we won't be making any red wine. It just seems that there's a lot of good reason to kind of veer to just growing white grapes just from a standpoint of just to be able to have them here. So, but yeah, maybe.
So is it safe to say that basically the future of California and winemaking, or what we will see being released from 2020 especially, will be white and rosés?
I mean, I'm assuming, a lot of my colleagues made a ton of rosé this year. So you guys should drink up. No, less skin contact, obviously. There's a lot of research, we shared with winemakers, up and down Oregon as well, that, their research showed that, subsequent days on skins would show like we're measuring guaiacol, which is a smoke taint compound only, and because that's an easy, obvious one to track. So, after one day on skins, you have, say 68, milligrams per fucking 100 mils of guaiacol formed, and the next day kind of doubles and subsequently gets worse and worse with time. But there's really not there's quite a few studies on it, but there's still a long way to go to understand why certain wines taste a certain way based on a fire. The timing of the fires obviously makes a huge difference. And California is poised to have them, what research is showing to be at the worst possible time, which is, starting right around veraison and kind of going through the ripening season. So, but yeah.
Awesome. Maybe while we're still on the topic of fire, we'll pass it on to Victoria, because Victoria was mentioning as well the wildfires in La Palma, for example. What is your experience with it?
So many common places as I hear them, but of course in a smaller scale, I guess. We had a wildfire this year, again in 2016, again in 2012, again in 2009. What's going on is that it's more and more often. And again, due to, the lack of rain, it's been devastating. But also, our climate is more mild.
Vicky, just 1 second, sorry to interrupt you. Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
So I was saying that, of course, our climate is quite mild. Can you hear me better now? Yes. It's milder, but what's going on now is that the temperature is rising average. So we are stopping, we're not having winter anymore, proper winter, or even autumn. It's not any longer that we can rely on the traditional calendar anymore. So as they were saying, it's very difficult to, I mean, it's a chaos really. So so in summer we are having waves of heat, quite well, quite extreme to our terms, and of course also the wind, etc., etc. And again affected us at harvest time as well. So areas closed so that you cannot harvest, but also vineyards affected, whole areas affected.
I wanted to ask you about the pruning style you have on the Canary Islands. It's quite special compared to what we see in Europe, probably also most of the US as well, I would say. Why, I know it's a bit of a topic change, but why do you, does it work better with the heat, the style of pruning?
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, I would say, yeah, this subject is so huge, right? So I think for me, the only window that I can see is maybe relating to this traditional knowledge based on you know, in local communities and the way they've been managing for a multi-generational chain, right? This knowledge to here. So saying that, I'm in a volcanic island, and most of my vineyards are located on volcanic soils that look like I mean, ashes of a stone, heated by the winds coming from the ocean most of the time. So we maintain those traditional techniques and knowledge that help us to deal with these very poor type of soil with low organic materia, but also help us to deal with the effect of the sun hitting directly as well, etc., etc. So our vines, especially in the south, we're talking, well, the island is very biodiverse in ecosystems as well, and it's very mountainous. So it changes a lot, but in many areas of the island, we prune, so the plant is almost based on the soils in a free system way of pruning as well, so that to favor the plant and also to make the plant more efficient in taking advantage of the water. That also defends the plant from the winds coming from the ocean. That can be very dehydratating as well. It can be also be a very limiting factor for the canopy to develop, etc. So that's, I don't know if I answer your question. Yes.
Pardon?
Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm actually gonna throw Andy in here, Andy Mundy. Andy, can you hear me? Andy, you need to unmute the...
Yeah, now we're talking.
Yes, so just want to throw Andy in here, Andy Mann from Rheinhessen. Even though he's not he's not hot climate as such, but preparing for hot climate, I think, is what we can call what Andy is doing. Andy, can you tell them about the Pinot Noir plot you have?
Yeah, the main aspects in that is that, yeah, actually we're cool climate. So now we're going to face the hot climate topics, I guess. So maybe we come into the situation where others are or have been in the past. The thing is, I planted the Pinot Noir now with really narrow space between the plants. So we also have, well, we have cards where you can see where the rocks are under the earth and where not. And so where I see our soils are in some areas are really poor. So we have a lot of sand and a lot of stones in there. But we have spaces where there's no rock under it. So there we plant very narrow. So we want the roots to get really down. So to come to a water supply that hasn't been, I think, affected before by grapes, because in the past in our area, they used to plant really widely. Yeah, so by planting really narrow and giving the grapes the space in the top, because of the energy they get from that, or because of the narrow space they have to grow. We really try by that to change our way of growing, to be able to react on the lack of water supply that we face now, and we didn't have that before. Yeah.
Annie, can you be a bit more precise how you exactly planted them for the folks who've not seen your vineyard? So you've basically double planted each vine like right next to each other, right?
Yes. So actually, I planted in two ways. So because also for me, this is a kind of an experiment, and because we also, of course, because of the lack of water, we try to keep the earth open between the plants. So if you plant really narrow, you get the problem that it's hard to open the earth there. So we also try to drive not so much with the machines. So to get a better way to handle the earth there, I planted the plants so always pairwise next to each other, really close by. So the pressure to go down is even higher because the plants are really close to each other, and there's a big, they fight each other somehow. So the force to go down is even stronger, especially in the beginning. And on the other hand side, you have the space between the two pairs then, and so you can work there better. And I hope this is going. The problem is the first results you will see in 10 years. So because for the roots to get down needs a lot of time. And so far I'm in the 4th year now. And I think you can start to see differences, but we're not at that point now. So we tried this way.
The were a little bit smaller than the other Pinot Noirs you had, for example, right?
Yes, at the beginning they have to fight harder because planting two grapes next to each other means a lot of trouble for both, and the competition is higher at the beginning. So at the beginning the vines are really struggling a little bit. But the older they get and the more established they get, the more and influence you can see, and I think it's getting better, and I hope this can be a solution somehow for us to fight that lack of water.
Thank you, Andy. I wanted to see as well, we're gonna go to Luca now. Let's go to Italy. You were talking about the flooding earlier on, which is a climate change related problem you had.
Yeah, I've also read a question that was made to Ryan, if I'm not mistaken, which was concerning about the fact whether watering is allowed or not in California or something like that. For instance, in Italy, it's only allowed to water constantly the vineyards in southern Italy, where drier climate conditions occur. But I think this kind of laws had to change according to the climate changing phase we're facing, all of us. So I'm quite certain that in few years, we're all gonna be allowed to be watering in case of emergencies, at least our vineyards in northern Italy. As I was mentioning before, the greatest challenges we've been facing because of climate change were the kind of switch of seasons, in the sense drier winters and extremely wet and rainy summers. For instance, this has been one of the rainiest summers ever recorded in Italy, in northern Italy especially. And we've had a lot of hailstorms. For instance, we've had this amazing and beautiful vineyard of Chenin Blanc planted since 5 years. We had great expectations out of it, and unfortunately we only could gather out of it 15% of the total harvest because of the hails, and we had to hurry about it because the grapes left on the plants were severely damaged, and we had to harvest them when they were not supposed to be harvested. But coming back to the wildfires and the natural calamities, things we were recalling before, I would also like to talk about what are the harms that agriculture itself made in order to have the climate change happening. So for instance, talking about Italy, I know where Italians are very auto-referential, let's say. They always talk about themselves, but that's our closest example. We got a scenario in which there's two different situations. So we got the extremely industrialized agriculture of the flatlands, in which the wastes of the byproducts of the agriculture, industrialized agriculture itself, are one of the biggest harms to the environment itself. So the huge amount of low quality manure that has always been released on the soils and has been nourishing the soils, and all the chemicals and all the fertilizers that has been applied to the flatlands during the previous 50 years, probably, because at this point, industrial agriculture in Italy, it's a thing since 50 years. And the other point is the abandonment of the rural mountainous areas in Italy. So nobody is cultivating the mountain anymore in Italy. And Italy is 75% mountains from north to south, and nobody's cultivating anymore. And to give an example about it, there's I think I could say, I don't want to be mistaken, but there's a scientific term that states the historical use of the land in order to keep biodiversity and resilience on the territory. For instance, to make two different examples, if we think about an Italian forest and an American forest, they are two completely different wildlife systems. For instance, the historical use of redwood wild forest in the United States is completely different because it has always been a forest. So biodiversity has been reacting onto that system since the very beginning. In Europe, in Italy, where agriculture developed something like 4,000 years ago, having forests in the mountains nowadays is not a thing. So forests, what nowadays we see as forests, once were pastures, they were agricultural fields. That's a consequence of the abandonment of the rural areas. which allowed invasive wild plants to grow up and to develop non-resilient systems. I would call them wildened forests, let's say. And that's why wildfires, landslides, and all the natural calamities are more and more frequent, either because of the climate change itself and also because of the land management. So I think these are our main problems in terms of historically, agriculture-wise, let's say, we got a history in agriculture, let's say. We've been cultivating fields since a lot of years. I think these are the main aims upon which the climate change focus should be turning on in Italy. And for making examples, nowadays in Italy, the most interesting natural winemaking areas are actually the marginal areas that have been rediscovered, in which agriculture has been taking place again. And that's my point of view, that's my experience, and I hope I haven't said too many wrong things. Anyone can correct me anytime. So I think that's pretty much it. I think this is the current situation in our country.
I would like to add something about the irrigation, Ariane. I was actually in Italy, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, and I went to visit Angelino Maule. You probably know him. And
yeah, 10 kilometers away from our
exactly.
cellar.
And they were showing us how they were doing irrigation, drip irrigation there with collected rainwater, which I think is a really good way to do it. I guess it's quite hard to actually set that up somehow, I imagine. Cozy, what do you think about that?
We got, for instance, to the people which come visiting our cellar, and when I bring up people to show them the fields and stuff, we got a lot of questions about the so-called irrigation systems we have. They always say, but do you water the plants? And we say no, because Andrea, the owner of the cellar, has been developing this, let's say, technically it's a watering system, but it actually a distributing system for biodynamic products. So the biodynamic products are spread throughout an irrigation system in most of the vineyards where this system can be applied, of course. So let's say that the main problem about having a switch of seasons is the fact that during the winter time, which is the time in which you are supposed to be collecting water for the hotter seasons, you're not able to do that because there's no rain. Like, it has been snowing, as the guys from Sweden, from Food Stereo said, it has been snowing 4 days, like 3 weeks ago, and it's not gonna be snowing again in, I don't know how much time. So during the winter time, it's not able to collect water if you wanted to. And during summertime, instead, the plants, let's say, they cannot react properly to the switch of seasons. That's the point, because they got a biological life circle that they have to follow, and this change is happening so fast that the plants themselves cannot basically recover themselves from any damage they could get. The system itself is not resilient enough. So that's the main problem about that, I would say.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm being jumping topics a little bit, but I want to go back to the wildfires again. Maybe it's nothing we can do about it, but what can you do to prevent like wildfires, or like getting them near to you where your vineyard is or something? Is there anything you can do about it when you've got it? Like, I mean, like, it's nearly impossible, no? Or is there some way to sort of protect your vineyard in some sense, other than, I don't know, buckets of water?
No. Yeah, there's multiple fronts. Thanks for that, Jasmine. So as a result of the Tubbs Fire 2017, PG&E was sued by the local community. They lost, and Sonoma County got in a class action lawsuit $150 million. And so right now they're talking about how are we going to spend that $150 million and make the community a little more fire resilient. And so they're doing a business competition, which I'm actually entered in 2 months is when it's due, in creating fire remediation business scenario along with something that does climate remediation. I'll talk about that this afternoon as well. But there's 3 things that we can do. One is get animals on the land, which makes sense, right? Animals will go and, especially cows, graze, because the cows can eat higher than sheep can, but they also outcompete the deer. But the cows they're gonna mostly eat green material. They're not gonna eat that 2-inch material. That's really the problem, because with forest fire, the difference between a forest fire and a grass fire is the grass fire can just sit there and burn, and the fire department can fight it on all sides and they don't have a problem. Forest fire, it climbs up into the understory and the shrubs, and it goes up into the trees, then wind blows it, and now you got something that's really not fightable. For instance, in this 2020, a friend of mine who lost his house near where I used to farm, I lost a vineyard in 2017, his house was near that, lost his house, bought a house in a different zone, and that fire came through this in 2020, and he almost lost his house and his vineyard that I farm. In June, I recommended he did some removal, which is the second method of fire fuel remediation. We call it fire fuel load, the amount of fuel that can burn and bolster a fire. And he spent $110,000, so it's expensive, and built a trail and removed the understory and left big, beautiful trees. That actually stopped this fire, and locally they brought in a film crew and filmed it, and it's actually part of a new promotion to get landowners to do a little bit more of this work. But it was ridiculous how you could see where the fire was coming and where it stopped because the work had been done. And also the secondary part of that was the fire department, they will defend your house if they see that it's going to be easy. But if there's a lot of fuel load, brush and shrubs, dead trees, things like that, that cows don't eat, then you're going to have a problem. The fire department's not going to be there. So they actually camped out at our place. And so we have fire going to all 4 corners of the vineyard and the house, saved a $2 million home and a little tiny, pretty cool vineyard. So yes, there's plenty of things we can do. And also there's also climate remediation, which is perhaps more important at this point. But as far as on the site, yeah, we can remove fire fuel load.
Thank you so much for explaining that. One last question I have is about sunburn, which we experience in our cool climate regions quite a bit. Do you actually get sunburn in hot climates? Like, are the grapes just used to it? Is it an issue at all, basically?
Well,
I mean, it's a stupid question, I don't know.
I would say it's all a matter of the green pruning that someone acts during the time previously the harvest. Anyone should be relying on the fact to be knowing a little bit about the average temperatures and the average amount of sun the plants are gonna get, and also according to the kind of wine they want to make. I think that the green pruning is crucial to this point. So yeah, also I think the crucial part about it is more about the white varieties. Having white varieties getting too much sunburn, it would mean having them harvested either too early or not in a proper moment. So that's what we experience, in the sense that once we want to harvest a white variety a bit later in time, we leave more green part attached to the plant, so in order to protect it. But that's what we do. I don't know if anyone else wants to point out anything else.
I'd just like to add something from South African point of view. I think there's two key things from a viticulture point of view, that guys in a warmer climate are just a little bit more prepared normally, because you're kind of used to the sun beating down on you. But also I think the problem in Europe, and I've only done one season now in the Mosel, but I think the challenge is it's cool,
And then all of a sudden you have this week or 2 weeks of insanely hot sun. So if you have constant sunshine on your bunches, your skins thicken up and they can handle the sun a little bit better later in the season compared to cold weather. And then all of a sudden just those, like we had this year, right? I mean, we had about 2 weeks of 35, and before it was like 20 degrees in the middle of the day. So it's that quick change. And I think for us, we really need to think of how are we going to do that, because in these cooler areas like where we are in the Mosel, you still get rain, right? So, and a lot of rain compared to drier areas in the world during the growing season. So you have to open up your canopies slightly, right? So I think there's going to be something that we need to look at more in depth of techniques of how we do that effectively.
So basically, grapes can get used to the sun.
The skins thicken a little bit if you expose them to sun.
Yeah,
I think it's the reason why you have, for example, in Australia, the Riesling gets a lot more of the petrol notes very fast because of the higher sun shine, the sun exposure. They have thicker skins and there's more phenolics in the skins, and there's something in the skins that makes these petrol notes come a lot faster. Like even 2-3-year-old Australian Rieslings have sometimes already significant petrol notes, where here in the Mosel it takes 10, 15, 20 years sometimes to develop those petrol flavors.
Awesome. So, Sam, how are we looking on questions?
We're looking pretty good. I did want to highlight there was a really interesting side conversation that Derek was having with some folks, and some of his responses accidentally went just to panelists and not attendees. But if everybody found it interesting, you could talk more about how his farming approach has been shifting as a response to fires as well.
Sure. Yes. So in 2017, when I finally was able to go in and view my vineyard, as I was driving up, I was excited because I could see the shoots growing, not growing, but they were still there. So that meant the vineyard was still there and it hadn't all burned. The ground was completely black with what we call biochar, which is just the coal that's left when the organics are burned. It's actually a great soil amendment. And there was a question on, how does that regenerate? And I'll speak to that in a second. But so I was initially excited, and then I noticed, one of the ways that I farm is I'm a regenerative agriculture farmer, and I make my own mulch with fungal hyphae, which anyway, that's this conversation for this afternoon. And so there's a mound going down the vine row, 6 inches high by about a foot wide. It's combustible. And during the year, it's really moist, as somebody mentioned, one of the attendants. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful way to farm, except that it's flammable. And when I looked down, I saw that we lost 80% of the vines because it's just like slow roasting your pork for 12 hours. Those vines had just been completely burned off their roots. So there was nothing left, and we had to walk away from it. And the ag commissioner came and wanted to see it. And she concurred, mostly for fire farming, they like to see tillage and strip spraying, because now you've got a real fire break and that preserves homes. That's not really how I farm at all. I mean, I'm strictly no-till for various reasons. And of course, Roundup's not going to be appropriate for what I do. So, that was viewing that. And we ended up walking away from that vineyard. The question was, did I get to see, the emerging regrowth? And now the biochar creates this, like what I call a primordial growth spurt. And in nature, it works really well. You just get all this feed in the next spring after a fire that feeds the deer and all the animals. And it's really an amazing situation. Hunters love it because they have this big conglomerate game coming. But in this case, I didn't get to view that because the owner, she wasn't insured properly. She lost everything. She had to sell. and I just had a lease and I just let it all go. The new owner wasn't a good partner, so so these are the side side problems of this whole thing, in the way people deal with each other. Land changes. There's a lot of details to gather with climate chaos leading the way. Did that answer everything you had, Sam? I'm not sure if I got it all, but I think I did.
No, I think that was a great summary, and just, yeah, I thought you had a lot of good responses, and I know not everybody could view them. So yeah, excellent.
Thanks for that. And thanks for straightening me out on that. I didn't realize on the chat thing you have to decide. Yeah.
So thank you, Derek, for that. I think it's time to wrap Hot Climate up. I would love to take a quick break. So if we continue at 20 past, would that work for everyone? I'm just going to take that as a yes and do that. There we go. Okay, guys. Starting again, if that all works for everyone. Want to take that as a yes again?
Yes.
Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you. So we're going into cool climate. We have a few winemakers taking part in that. Where do I have my list? So cool climate, we are going to talk with Andy Mundy, Andy Weigand, Jan Matthias Klein, Frucht Stereo, Slobodny. That's the ones, and me. I need to go back into the flow. Yeah, so I think I want to start with talking about Frost. And I think the ideal person to talk to Frost about this year is Andy Weigand. Is Andy Weigand back? Yeah, there. We go. Andy Weigand. You need to unmute yourself.
Ja. Mach die Musik leise, bitte. Hi.
Andy, you can tell us all about the frost you've been experiencing.
Yeah. Best topic to talk about. Yeah, what is to talk about the frost? The frost is, yeah, it's shit. So we always have the problem here because of the climate change. The butt break is getting very, we have the butt break very early. Shut up, Juan. The spurs, the shoots were like this, and we had the frost, like they called in German, they called the ice, the holy ice. I don't know how to say it in English, but what is the name?
The ice holies, I think.
The ice holies, yeah, but I call them the ice assholes because they fuck up every time, eh? And so also we had this year, like in, I guess it was in 12th and 13th of May, the shoots were like this, and we had about very hard frost, and we lost about 50 or 60% of our whole vintage this year. So especially in some sites some sites of our vineyards were hit very hard, and yeah, I don't know what to talk about, but it's shit. And yeah, but yeah, this is also because of the whole year you lose the shoots, and they grow afterwards. They start to growing again, but without grapes. So we have to do the whole work over the whole year, but without grapes. So it's very frustrating. And yeah, there are some ways to fight against this with fire or with rain. So you can start some raining machines over the vines, and so they get the shoots get ice cover, yeah, ice cover, and so they survive. But it's very expensive to do this, and to invest in things like this is very, very, very expensive. And the last frost we had were 2011, and yeah, so
I think the interesting part about the ice holy, so that's 5 days in May.
Yeah, 5 days in May every time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a traditional time in Germany, at least,
yeah.
where frost.
It's not traditional as shit.
Yeah, but it's you know, the term is like such an old term. Like this time of May is famous for being so shit. So that is actually nothing new. It's just how warm it is beforehand that has changed how drastic the effect is of the ice holies, or that time in May, basically. And I think it was just in one night that you got that frost damage, wasn't it?
No, we had 2 nights this year. So we had the first night on 12th of May, and we lost a lot of wines or shoots. And then on the 13th of May, we lost the other side. So, and this is very interesting when I talk with my grandmother about how this whole wine thing, it's very interesting because when you see the climate change, we are now starting with harvest in August, end of August. And when my grandmother made wine or harvest grapes, they start in early October. So we are now 1.5 or 2 months before my grandmother harvests the wine. So this was not like 500 years ago. This was like 20 or 30 years ago. So it's a very, very fast change. How is it working? And like you said, the bud break is very, very early. Like we have the bud break in 2019 at about 20th or end of April. And normally, or in my grandmother's time or my father's time also, like in the 80s or whatever, they had the bud break in around mid of May. And so when you have the bud break in mid of May, you can give a shit of the ice holies because the buds are not, the shoots are not green. And when they are green, they can hit by frost. But when they're not growing, they cannot hit by frost. So this is very, very difficult. And this is like, I think a lot about how is it changing? Like when everything is white, or in other words, like the ice holies, like you said, is a traditional thing. They come every year, but it's getting warmer, our planet is getting warmer and everything is changing because of climate change. But why are not going the ice holies or ice assholes away? Like, because the bud break is earlier. And what is the problem? Why not changing? Everything is changing, but the ice holies are not changing. Yeah. And this is something.
The typical quality of assholes. They're always
yeah, that's right. Yeah. And not changing. Yeah.
Can I ask, what's the difference with, you said like you can water the buds and they get an ice cover compared to the frost? I don't understand the, like would the ice cover not do the same what the frost does? I don't understand.
Yeah, this is crazy because you see when it looks really crazy. Not a lot of winemakers doing this in our region, but you have some small vineyards where the winemakers are doing like the frost cover or the ice covers. It looks totally crazy because you have the green spoons and they're covered by ice. So it looks like, okay, they must be totally damaged. But because of the cover of the ice and the slow, they're getting, how to say it, the frost, in other words, the ice gets away very slow. And so the spurs are surviving because it's not too fast. So like this year we had a frost the ice holies were on Tuesday and we had rain on Monday. So we had rain on Monday and we were, okay, good. This is like the good and the bad thing. Like on Monday was rain. Yeah, rain, very nice because we are very dry here. And then I was at my place, my girlfriend's place in Würzburg, it's near us. And then in the evening, the sky was the clouds were getting away. And I was like, oh, fuck off. When the clouds are getting away, it's gonna be very cold in the morning. And this was exactly like this. So the young spurs were like very wet. And then the frost came and the cells, is this right? The cell was exploding, bursting. The cell were bursting, and this is the problem. And when you have the ice cover, the cells are not bursting because it's not, you have a cover and it's like a safe shield for the young shoots. So it's crazy, but it works. But it's very, very expensive. So
maybe Jamie.
Can I interject here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so that the whole business of, obviously in lots of regions like Chablis, for instance, they're the experts at fighting frost because they have it pretty much most years. But the thing about the water is that if you apply the water, it's the latent heat of freezing that protects the buds. So it's not the ice itself. The ice doesn't protect the buds because you can have ice that gets colder than -2 or 3, and the ice and the buds will die. But if you keep applying water all the way through the night, then that latent heat of freezing just keeps the temperature of the plant tissue just on the right side of where the tissue damage is going to happen. But the thing is, you need to have the water applying all the time. If you stop, then those guys are toast. And the other thing is that if you've got frost protection using irrigation like that, it raises the risk of frost damage for your neighbors, because if there's humidity, the low temperature is worse than if it's dry. So the more humid it is, the more dangerous it is for the vines at low temperatures.
Yeah.
Thank you for elaborating on that, Jamie. Are there any other ways how, like with the prospect of more frost happening, how we can protect vines, or can we grow them differently? High stem vines versus low stem vines, for example. Jan, do you want to?
Well, one thing what would work, like we have one advantage here in Mosel, that we have steep slopes. So steep slopes help you that the cold air just goes down into the valley. So it's we had a really big reduction in steep slopes being used for making wine in the last 20 years. So it could be a motivation to go back to the steep slopes for planting vineyards. Then other ways are, for example, high cordons. Like we just planted some hybrids, or PVs as they are called. We're going to talk about that later. And one variety that we have, Muscadet, works quite well on a high cordon. And with a high cordon, you're also further away from the vineyard floor, where it is the coldest during a case of frost. No, flood. And so that's also how we can maybe work a little bit against the frost. I think do you do late pruning in South Africa at all for getting later bud burst? Not really. I heard that some people prune later so that the bud burst comes a little bit later as well.
Yeah, I've heard that as well.
Yeah.
Andy?
Yeah, but Jan, you're right with the steep slopes. But this year wasn't like a dry frost. Yeah, we also, this is the crazy year. Like also my dad told me, like a frost like this we never had before. Like also in steep slopes were hit by frost totally, because the problem is the south sides or east sides were hit the most, because we had the rain the day before, the spoons were wet, and then they had a small ice shield on them, right? And the sides who were south and were east, so they get the sun first, were hit the most. So it doesn't matter if they are steep or in low planted. So this is a difference. It was a difference this year. Like you're right, with the steep slopes, the cold air flews down, and the steep slopes are not hit by frost. But this year was totally different. So we didn't have that impact on steep slopes. So we were hit totally. Yay!
Woo! Win-win.
Yeah, win-win. Yeah.
Where am I? So then the next point, actually when talking about frost, ironically, I thought it would be interesting to talk about ice wine as well, because we think here at least that ice wine is now a blast from the past in a sense, which is ironic when we're talking about these frost issues. And then we're basically, or winemakers around Mosel, where ice wine is quite traditional, cannot really make ice wine anymore. And I think it's like last year there was one person in Germany entirely, I think, who tried to make ice wine. This year there was a handful that have tried so far to do it. But I think in the long run, ice wine will just disappear from Germany, at least. I think the Canadians still got the ice wine going for them. But yeah, in Germany, it's at least gone, or nearly gone, basically. Then the next point I want to go on to is what is cool climate these days, really? And I mean that in the sense of, do we have to assess when we think traditionally, for example, Germany as a cool climate country, but then when we look at the summers that we've been having with like 44 degrees at times, are we really still cool climate? Or is Sweden, for example, is it all rising up basically, and that's the new cool climate, and we're slowly moving all up into
Komm rein, Digga.
You have to be on mute.
in the house, yo.
Yeah, so where was I? What is cool climate these days? And I think it would be cool to head over to Sweden for this part of the conversation, to Fruktstereo. Maybe you can talk a little bit more about what's happening in Sweden, grape-wise.
Well, Sweden is finally becoming a wine country.
Yeah.
We apparently are able to grow a little bit of wine at least. There's been, like we said in the intro before, I mean, winters here in Malmö, we are located in the very, very south part of Sweden, which is called the Swedish Riviera, basically. We're not famous for our winters, but we used to have winters. We used to have snow every year, basically. And nowadays it's mostly just gray. Basically, it's gray from September to April. And if we have snow, it's quite vast amounts of snow and for a very short period of time. But grapes have been grown here for a couple of years, but mostly peewees, of course. And they're grown with bigger and bigger success. Like, for example, in 2018, when we had 4 months without rain and just constant summer, which we are not used to. It was during July, we had peak temperatures of over 30 degrees. And a Swedish summer is normally around 20, 25 degrees of Celsius, that is. So that was extreme heat and no rain at all. So it was horrific for all the agriculture all over the country. Like, we had to slaughter animals because there wasn't food enough for them. You had to slaughter milk cows because of the heat. They weren't used to it, so they couldn't produce anymore, and they couldn't get any food, basically. But the only farmers that were so extremely successful in 2018 were grape farmers. And we've never had a bigger grape harvest than 2018. A lot of the farmers they didn't even have tanks to take care of half their harvest because it was so much grapes.
And also some growers that grow Vitis vinifera also succeeded in growing Vitis vinifera in Sweden without a problem. Or yeah, they can harvest in October, which is quite rare. Of course, that is changing as well. So from late November, I think the last harvest were a couple of years ago. Only the time I've been working with grapes up here, it's in 5-6 years, 1 month earlier in some cases. Like in 2018, we harvested almost like some countries in Southern Europe, which is crazy.
Ridiculous.
And the grapes, I think, grow mostly in Skåne, no?
Yeah, exactly.
The main winemaking region in Sweden. So
Yeah.
I would have to say the sentence. Main winemaking region in Sweden is, I find, crazy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not at all up to the level of production that other countries have, obviously. I mean, we have maybe 10 professional winemakers.
Yeah. A lot of hobby growers, of course, that have 200-300 vines. So I mean, yeah, that's why we do what we do. We don't only use grapes in our production.
No.
And you use Solaris and Rondo, no?
That's the main grapes, definitely, absolutely. There are some that have like proper Pinot Noir planted as well, more as experiments than anything else. But mostly it's Solaris and Rondo. And they are quite resistant to frost. So frost, of course, can be a problem. But normally, I mean, the buds are so small, so they're completely different than what Andy was talking about with his big buds being frozen away. It's the small ones, so they can often survive from the frost there is. The frost is actually tougher for us with the apples, with some of the late varieties, because normally like the Belle de Boskops, the proper, like, which is considered cider apples, they flower quite early. So when the frost hits, they take off the flower, and we don't have any of the late varieties. Because normally in Sweden, I mean, we have adapted over the generations that we have a very short window of growing on. So the apple varieties, the fruit varieties we have here have a late blossoming and an early harvest kind of. So when the few varieties that we have left of the late varieties, the late winter apples.
And the great ones, or the best ones, of course.
Exactly. They are the ones who are affected by the frost nowadays, because now we can get frost even into May or April, which was quite rare before.
And also, like Andy spoke a lot about also the high temperatures before the frost. Of course, that's the big matters, like Mika said as well. If you have a lot of heat or 1.5, 2 months now before the frost comes, of course, that's a big deal. But that's not the issue up here yet.
No.
So then talking about like other countries that are sort of seeing the I call it silver lining of climate change. There's also Norway has commercial vineyards now. I think currently the furthest northern vineyard is at 61 degree latitude. Slinde Vineyard near Bergen in Norway. They grow PBs, fungi-resistant hybrids up there. Denmark has quite a few vineyards these days as well. And then England, I think, is seeing the biggest advantage, I would say, of this climate change in that sense. Jamie, you want to talk about England really briefly?
Yeah, very briefly. What we've seen is in the UK is twofold transition. First of all, I mean, back maybe 15, 20 years ago, the UK, it was just like small, tiny cottage wineries. It was not a serious industry. Now we've seen, first of all, the sparkling, traditional method sparkling wines emerge, and with tremendous success, commercial success as well. And you know that the area under vine in the UK has gone up considerably, and I think we're around 3,000 hectares now, which is a massive increase. What's very interesting is that these are not cheap wines. These are wines that are priced around the same sort of price as champagne. You know, they're not inexpensive wines. So that's been very successful, and partly driven by the average, you know, increase in temperature. But we have to remember as well that this isn't just global warming, this is climate chaos. So we do still have vintages like 2012, which were just horrific. The problem wasn't disease. The problem was that it was so cold that there was no disease, but the grapes never ripened. And so, you know, it's still a very marginal climate. But now what we're seeing, maybe in the last 2 or 3 years, has become quite interesting, is also there's been some interesting still wines as well. So not just sparkling, but still wines. And with that, there are the emergent sort of, the emergence of people who are trying to farm the right way, not just making techno wines, but also making some still natural wines. And I think that that's become very exciting in a very short space of time. So I think that if there's a beneficiary from the overall warming trends in climate, then certainly the UK is one of them. Although the caveat is that with these warming trends comes these chaotic patterns. So economically, I think what you've got to do is when you do your budgets, you've got to think, okay, one vintage in 6 or one vintage in 9 is going to be a write-off because of frost or because of disease or just because it's too cold. And then you've got to price your wines accordingly, bearing in mind this, you know, because that's one of the real costs of this climate chaos. But anyway, so the change in climate has certainly made the UK an interesting place as opposed to a quirky hobby industry. It's now become fully fledged, you know, proper legit wine growing country.
Yeah, I think it's since the 80s, the wine production in the UK has increased by 135%, if I'm not completely wrong with the figure, which is immense. And a lot of the champagne houses are investing into England because basically it's a natural continuation of the champagne soil. No, I think that's right, basically, because, you know, back in the
yeah, so basically, there's a lot of vineyards in Kent, Hampshire, and Sussex are based on the Paris Basin, which is this limestone chalk, you know, formation that rears up in the UK as well. But I would add to that, there's actually some of them really interesting wines, especially the the interesting still wines aren't coming off the chalk. You've got like in the Crouch Valley in Essex, for instance, it's clay-based soils, but they're making some cracking still wines there. And then there's some areas in Kent which are sandstone that are producing some very interesting things. And then there's a green sand which is prevalent in Sussex as well. That's the source of some very interesting wines. So it's the chalk and chalk and sparkling wine story is a good one. It's an important one, but it needs to be nuanced a little bit by recognizing the other vineyard sites and the vineyard soils that can do interesting things. Absolutely.
I think also, just to add some countries that also have benefited from the climate change, probably also Belgium and the Netherlands as well. And me and a few friends were actually gonna try and grow an Icelandic vineyard. So that will be a very interesting, maybe mad project that's in the pipelines. Don't know if it's gonna start like this coming year or maybe year after, but we want to give it a shot basically and see if it can actually work. And I want to go over to Miso from Slobodne. Where is she? Ah, there. Miso, can you tell us a little bit in Slovakia how 2018 as a year was? I think that was for you guys also quite a challenging year, if I understood it right from Agnes.
Yeah. Basically, until recently, Slovakia was on a northern tip of a Central Europe basin, wine growing. So 50 kilometers to the north, there are no vineyards. The country is starting like mountainous and it's too cold. But currently I see huge development in Poland. And I think in near future, Poland is going to be a relevant player also. And right after the end of communism, Slovakia used to have 30,000 hectares. Currently less than 9,000 working, I think. So England is twice the size. Burgenland itself, it's 1,500, so. Yeah, so as a like northern climate region, we are really used to vintage variations. Generally speaking, climate change until now had a more positive effect on Slovak winemaking than negative. Like the wines, generally speaking, are riper and still retaining the relatively high acidity. And also like, especially in reds. But like 18 was very strange, very early bud break. Like the development was almost 1 month ahead. So usually we start harvest around 15th of September. In normal year, we started in 18 last week of August, and we harvested until end of October, because it was very plentiful harvest, like enormous harvest, and with that, very uneven ripening. So we had to harvest all vineyards selectively at least twice. And quality was really varied, depending on the variety. Some did good, some did very bad. But generally speaking, out of 11 vintages I did, I would call 4 very strange. And 2020 was...
Did you have...
Like usually, yes, we get those ice brothers. That's usually a problem. but in our vineyard, all our vineyard is high trailing, Cordone Libero. Very simple, so it's more natural. So it's relatively high, and it's on the top of the hill with a good like airflow. So very significant frost hit all the area in 2016. We were quite protected from it. Like we were spared the very significant frost, but then 2016 turned to be super complicated disease-wise, and we had 1/3 of normal harvest. So, and it's very unpredictable. Until now, I would say it's getting very strange, and the patterns of the weather are very strangely changing, and it's very hard to expect what to expect. Like, but statistically, it appears that September is going to be for a future the wettest month, which is not good, because usually August and July can be very dry with like heat spikes until 35 degrees. You have quite a lot of water stress, and then you, right before the harvest, get quite a lot of rain. 1 week. 2012, it rained almost through all harvests, and like significant rain. So
I think, if I can interrupt you there, it's very interesting with 2018 with the colleagues around here in Germany, at least, the fermentations seem to have gone really strange. Piri, for example, I think with 2018, they were fermenting much slower, no? Piri, can you say some words about that?
I think it's hard to say that in general, because 18 was such a strange vintage. Like we as well, we started picking super early as we've never started picking. And so like the first grapes we picked, and they were like it was super hot, it was super dry still. And so the grapes were warm, the juice was warm, so they started fermenting like really fast. But the rest of the harvest was like it was a long harvest, so we also finished late, and those wines, yeah, like the grapes came in cooler again. I don't know, it was a strange yeah, it's hard to say that in general, but like for most of the ferments, I personally had them fermenting very long, apart from the first week of picking, because they were so warm. But apart from that, yeah, it was, I don't know, it was like they were high in Oxlo or Brix, but we just like we had to pick because acidity was dropping, which we're not used to. Usually we have like high acidity, but that year it was tough to find the right picking time. So and then also have everything in balance, and yeah.
Thank you for that. Do we have any questions regarding cool climate, Sam?
No, they've all been answered as they've come up. So
perfect. Then I think maybe we wrap up cool climate, unless there are some other points someone wants to make. Actually, I want to make a last point. It's, I think one advantage that Germany always had, for example, was that we've been able to have really low pH values. And I think with the increasing temperatures, it's gonna be harder to make clean natural wines because the pH is going to go up in the future. So that's just a side note I wanted to make. I think the hotter it gets, the more difficult it will make to make clean natural wines, which I think is a big shame and problem. But I don't really have a solution to that.
I want to say something a bit philosophical.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, I don't think anyone is getting anything from climate chaos. It's going to be, like Jamie said, ups and downs more everywhere. If we can grow some wine up here, I don't think it's going to be a maybe better world because some other countries can grow more grapes. I think it's better that we can find a system where we can ferment other stuff than only grapes. Maybe start to grow stuff together, and maybe that can create something better as well. I think climate change or climate chaos is just a disadvantage for everyone.
I think that's a very good point.
Oh,
cool. Then we will.
If I may add, generally speaking, I see like this discussion or any kind of discussion on this subject very okay, but I think it's very marginal, like around me and around my neighbors. Like I think instead of going the right direction in regenerative or organic farming, that I think is a tool to mitigate the climate change. All the agriculture currently happening at our place is bad, and it's like more and more industrialized.
Yeah, that's a point I could barely address because of the fact that, unfortunately, our reality, our cellar, it's itself settled right in the middle of one of the major worldwide wine industries, which is Prosecco. And during the years, we've been facing a whole scaling industry going from the proper wine itself towards the winemaking as an industrial process. So in our places, nowadays we say that where it was supposed to be corn, nowadays there's vineyards, and where it was supposed to be vineyards, nowadays there's corn. So the industrial agriculture subsidies that has been released also by the European Union and all other political corporations has been really damaging towards these more realities. So I really get that, and that's one of the main reasons Northern Italy is one of the most polluted areas in all over Europe, and I guess in all over the world, because we are such a tiny flat lands surrounded by mountains, completely fulfilled with industrial agriculture and industrial processes. So I think that should be and has to be applied to any system which is similar to that, I guess.
Awesome, thank you. So I think then we're gonna wrap up Cool Climate and move on to alternative grape varieties, basically, because I think we need to have a look when we plant new stuff that we use grape varieties that might not be traditional to the area, but that makes sense with climate change. And there are various climate change experiments happening at the moment that I know of, at least. You know, Pinotage being grown in England, Gamay at Mosel. We've got Cava grapes being grown outside of the Champagne AOC. And then Jan has his Portuguese grape varieties at Mosel. So maybe you want to talk about the Portugieser.
Yeah, so 7 years ago, it's almost 8 years ago, I started traveling more regularly to Portugal because I made some great friends there that were in the wine industry and that invited me to show me around some wine regions, and I started to really enjoy and fall in love with especially Portuguese white wines. And quickly the idea emerged that I could try to plant some Portuguese autochthon varieties in the steep slopes in the Mosel on the slate. And I picked Arinto and Fernão Pires because it's a classic Portuguese white wine blend. And my friend Pedro Marques from the Lisbon area, he provided me with the plants. And in 2015, we planted that vineyard just to see if grapes that grow more than 1,500 kilometers further south can also work in the Mosel. And in 2018, it was a more like a Portuguese summer. It was a very hot year in Mosel as well. We got the first yield, and it was really ripe fruit, really aromatic, and we got a really nice wine from it already with the first try, which was kind of encouraging, but also a bit worrying as well to see how easy that worked out. Like the next year, we didn't make any wine, but it was because the wild boars and the birds came to like that there was a new fruit that they could actually devour, and we didn't get any wine. And like this year, we also had some nice result, a bit less ripeness, but nonetheless, it's going to be a nice crisp pet nut we're going to make from that blend this year. And this whole project led to us thinking about what we can do in the future, how we can react to the obvious effects of climate change. So in the last 5 years, we also started buying vineyard land on more east-facing sites. That means they get more morning sun and not so much of the really hot afternoon sun. So that is to avoid the hottest time of the day, that your plants get burned, and that you have actually also better water supply and more. You can keep these elegant, fresh, acidic Riesling wines that the Mosel is known for. And we planted 2 big fields in these east-facing sites for keeping our Riesling ready for at least a few more years with climate change effects. Another strategy is now looking into other southern grapes. So for next year, we will plant some Gamay as well, because we have some friends in the French Mosel, which is just like 150 kilometers away from here as the crow flies. They already grow a lot of Gamay down there, and the climate is almost the same as we have here. So it was, I guess, not a very risky move to try and plant some Gamay also here in the Mosel. Further on, we will probably even use some of our very hot sites for planting Syrah, and also because of Cosi, we will probably try at least a little bit of Pinotage over here as well. So it's just seeing what is possible with the changing of the growing season and more sunshine hours that we have, what we can do with different grapes than Riesling, which is normally planted over here. And the third strategy is, which is probably also being a big part of this discussion, is the PV grapes, the hybrids that have been created to be resistant against most of the fungi diseases like powdery downy mildew, among others, and also being more resilient against droughts, sunburn, and so forth. And this, especially in organic agriculture, I think can be a game changer, because these varieties have now the newest generation produce also high quality wines with really interesting flavors. Like we planted this year Muscaris, which is a a cross between Solaris and Gelber Muscatella, which has all the nice aromatics from a Muscatella with even higher acidity and lower pH. So that makes it very easy for us. Then we have a Sauvignon Gris, which is also, in my opinion, even a better Pinot Gris because it has also higher acidity and all the resistances that you get from these hybrids. And we also planted Sauvitage, which is a mix between Riesling, Sauvignon variety. Next year, Sauvignac will follow, and also Satana, which is a really interesting red grape. And I think especially for making natural wines, these hybrid grapes are going to be really, really interesting in the future.
Also, like an important factor about the PV grape varieties is that they almost need no spraying. So during the season, for the folks that don't know that, you have to Vitis vinifera. So Riesling, for example, needs to be sprayed continuously, basically. So you go 8 to 12 times, roughly, with your tractor into the vineyard and spray. So that's also, you know, amount of time. So driving with the tractor over the ground, make it more compact. There's the money you need to spend also on the spraying material. The spraying material goes into the soil, so that's not good. And it's also the amount of time. You have to do the 8 to 12 times per vineyard. So it's a massive effort. So working with PVs makes a lot of sense, basically. And the reputation used to be quite bad with them. There used to be a lot of bad PVs around in the past. These French-American hybrids that were created after Phylloxera, they were often crossed with bulk wine grape varieties, basically, and didn't reach a high standard. And nowadays, the PVs take a long time to actually be released. Regent is one of the main German PV varieties, and Regent took 30 years to be released. They go through a lot of testing and quality checks nowadays, and they have a complete new quality, I think, compared to what may have been around in the past, basically. I think I would like to switch over to Todd, because Todd also has some hybrids going for him. I think Marquette mostly.
Yeah, Marquette, and then that same vineyard that we co-manage has a field blend of a dozen different hybrid varieties, all red, white, and pink, both from. So here, we've kind of had like a parallel path to the development of the Peewees. We have our hybrids from the University of Minnesota and from Cornell up here. The agricultural extension has offices down here by us too, but basically the Finger Lakes is the core of it on the East Coast. And originally, a lot of it was more directly climate focused from the impact side. It's like, oh, how can we grow grapes in our freezing cold climate? Here's what we'll do. We'll use these native varieties, non-vinifera varieties, and blend them with vinifera until we get something that makes a palatable wine that doesn't die over the winter or, you know, buds late enough not to be impacted by late frosts. But in the last 10 to 15 years, that's shifted to kind of parallel the Peewee development a little bit more, in that we're looking for varieties that are less susceptible to powdery downy mildew, black rot, phomopsis, all the stuff that we have big problems with here because we're basically humid or rainy for most of the summer and into the fall, into harvest season. So those more recently developed hybrids have a lot less requirement for spraying as well. So Marquette just was released in, I think 2006. The Itasca that we planted in the back here just was released in 2016. So there's barely actually any wine. There's been no commercial wine made from it up until this year. Everything's been kind of test batches. But you know, the vineyard that we took over management of up in Valley Falls that we get our Marquette and our field blend from, it was the only grower that I met in, you know, we've only been doing this for 5 years, but I've been reaching out to everyone all over New York, trying to find growers who had had success with organic growing. and it hasn't really been easy to find someone. But this grower, he was 80% of the way there. He had never sprayed herbicide. He used chickens for pest control and for natural compost. He was just spraying like the traditional antifungals that everyone in New York thinks are necessary. So when we started working with him, we said, listen, we've had good success in our home experimental vineyard with these new bio antifungals. Can you try swapping this in for your Mancozeb and see if it works? And it was successful right away. Year one, he got one of the biggest crops he'd ever gotten. The wines that we made from it, and that he actually was still making wine at that point, were great. And since then, it's been fully organically managed. And so now we're taking the knowledge we're learning here, both spraying vinifera and hybrids on our home farm, and kind of trying to spread that out to other New York growers who may have been hesitant because the common knowledge here, and if you talk to anyone at Cornell or the extension, they'll say, no, you can't do it. It's impossible. Everyone tried. But we're having some success, and hopefully we'll be able to start replicating that and getting more and more growers on board. And of course, the hybrids make that a lot easier because you're not out there having to spray more frequently, which, as was mentioned, means you're out there with the tractor and compacting the soil, burning more diesel if you don't have one of those fancy new Monarch electric tractors. And so, yeah, we're just looking for ways to kind of move the needle for New York growing, leaning on those hybrids as the main point of that, but also kind of trying to expand that to vinifera a little bit. And there are a lot of advances in growing vinifera, but it's a much higher hurdle to clear. So when you're talking to a grower in the Finger Lakes, for example, who has 40 acres that they manage, getting them to spray a couple rows differently when they have a 300-gallon sprayer behind them is difficult. But if you tell them, listen, don't spray any of these Mancozeb or other synthetic fungicides on your hybrids this year, I guarantee you that we'll buy whatever your crop is at whatever acreage rate you want. That's an easier sell for them. So we're also trying to look at the financial picture for the growers and make it something that's makes sense for them.
Thank you. How has it been with the clientele? How are they receiving your hybrid wines?
I don't think we really see much of a difference when we do like a direct to consumer release of hybrids versus vinifera. They sell equally and evenly. If anything, we have a hard time selling Riesling and Chardonnay because, the people that we sell wine to don't want to drink Riesling or Chardonnay unless it's, from France or the Mosel. So we're doing pretty evenly across the board sales with hybrids and vinifera.
I think that leads me on basically to the next point. I think over here in Germany, maybe also other parts of Europe, I think there's a lot of people who are still not very open towards alternative grape varieties. So if you like, for example, I work with Cabernet Blanc, which is a PV, and people always go like, well, first they don't know Cabernet Blanc. And I think often the problem is if people don't know it, what the farmer doesn't know, the farmer doesn't want, kind of as a saying. So they kind of like get irritated by it and they don't then like, oh, I don't know that. And I think it would be nice to see more of a shift from the clientele, that they are more open to different grape varieties, whether that's PVs or if that's grape varieties, that don't classically fit into a place. Like, let's say, the Portuguese grape varieties at Mosel as an example, or Merlot that's being grown in Rheinhessen. And I think that's still a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I take it for granted a lot that the clientele or the consumer that we're selling wine to is super open to that, and that's most of us here are in the natural wine world, and we're generally more open and accepting of new things. So we only make a few thousand cases, maybe 1,500 to 2,000 cases in a year. So it's easy for us to find a market for that for open-minded people. I think what will be important in the future is to expand that market more broadly and to get the general consumer and the people who are shopping for wine, you know, from a grocery store shelf to be like, oh, Marquette, never heard of it, and moving on to be like, oh, it's Marquette, interesting, let's try it out, it's something new, it could be exciting.
The alumni from the
I think it's also a way of like, we have to just market the wines different. I mean, my wines, for example, all have basically like fantasy names. And because I declare it as German wine, I'm not even allowed to write the grape variety on the label, which is completely fine for me. But I think more neutral names, basically, instead of Rövernacht aus Riesling, makes it maybe a little bit easier to sneak in grape varieties that would have been seen as secondary.
Yeah, we started out doing that 100% with all of our hybrid wines, but now I would say we're just a little more proud of things like the Marquette that we're growing and making. So our Marquette is varietally labeled, but we still have our, you know, fantasy named wines as well. But we're also, I mean, we have a wine called Blackbird that was a hybrid field blend at the start, and then half of that field blend no longer was available to us. So we started blending this hybrid Noiret, which is an older New York hybrid, with Riesling last year, and we're blending hybrid and vinifera together. And you know, some people don't like that. In the New York wine scene is interesting because there are people who are all in on hybrids, and there are people who are older growers, mostly in the Finger Lakes, who are very anti-hybrid. They think it brings down the general perception of New York wines. We're fighting against that internally as well. And that's one of the reasons I say, hey, let's take Riesling and blend it with this, you know, peppery New York hybrid Noiret.
I mean, I sort of did similar. Last year made a wine called Ziegen that's made 70% of Regent and 30% of Riesling. And to put Riesling into Regent at Mosel is basically like a scandal kind of thing.
Exactly.
But it works, so I'm really happy about it. But yeah, that apparently was a faux pas I did or something. I don't know what you call it.
We have to ruffle some feathers and make change the hard way.
Mosel is already a faux pas.
That is so true.
For instance, as we can, we've had this vineyard of 5 years old of Chenin Blanc, but we cannot call it Chenin Blanc, even though it's Chenin Blanc. So we have to call it after something else. So we are calling it Chardonnay, even though it's Chenin Blanc. So we have to make something out of it. That's the point. We're kind of imagining some way in order to tell the wine or make the wine proper. That's experimental vineyard, but we have to make something else out of it. And we've been practicing cultivating some Johanniter, some Bronner, some Sauvignon Gris. We've been planting them mostly at the borders of the vineyards towards forests where most of the humidity diseases might come from. The problem for for selling Piwis wines is the fact that we have not good example of very good Piwi wines in Italy. So we have to struggle with this kind of stuff. There's not enough good background of vinification with Piwis. So people are going to be quite scary or skeptical about them.
So that's the thing then, if you then give it a neutral name and people cannot actually, you know.
And I think especially in the natural wine scene, I think it can be a huge thing going forward. Because you not only have natural, you're going to have super or uber natural wines because it's from grapes that haven't been sprayed or have just been worked by hand. So that is at least our strategy that the PVs will eventually have no machines at all in the vineyard. It will all be hand and animal labor doing the jobs in those vineyards. And then you can create even a stronger brand of wine from these PV grapes because it's something that is as natural as possible as it gets, actually. And I think that's the vision that you also could keep in mind if you're working organically, biodynamically, and even natural in the wine production. And it's a huge chance that we have to make life for us easier and even get a really, really good product out of it. that is easy to sell.
I mean, I think that's the thing too, is that you can make a really good product out of a lot of these wines, even the French American hybrids that were maligned and banned from France, way back when. You just have to look at like the cultural impact of what makes people consider a wine grape, acceptable or classic or whatever you want to call it. And it's really, you have to kind of, it's easy for us to separate ourselves from that because we're working outside of that. But, it's hundreds or thousands of years of history, colonial history of, people with money and power telling us what tastes good. And we're beholden to that 1,000 years, whatever, 2,000 years. Whereas like no one ever, drinks a Chardonnay and says, this is good, but it doesn't really remind me of Gouet Blanc at all. Like, why are we drinking Marquette saying, it's not Pinot Noir? Well, of course it's not Pinot Noir. That's 1/9 of its parentage. It's a new thing. Drink a Marquette, see if it tastes like a Marquette. Drink dozens, see if they taste alike. See how they represent the terroir in which they're grown. See if they make a wine that's, fun and delicious and not compared to something that for some reason is held on a pedestal from, yes, thousands of years of history, but still, let's break out of that mentality. I think it's important.
Yeah, I think that's a very, I think that's a very important thing you just mentioned, that people still compare, like they have to compare it to something else. You just said like people comment, that it's not a Pinot Noir. Well, of course it's not. So because they probably don't know the variety, and I think it's just at this point of time still takes a bit of explanation talking about PVs, because it's just something most people don't know yet. And once you have to start explaining things and explaining PVs, you have to use words like spraying or diseases, fungus resistant. Like, it's not very positive words, to be honest. It's all a bit of like negative connotation almost. So I think right now it's just a bit of explanation, but also I think this will just having, like, we have to talk about it, and this just a matter of time to change this. Yeah.
I mean, it's like the first thing you should talk about when it's PVs or not PVs in the world, and especially with climate change, because if you can cut your spraying with a 1/10 or whatever, or if you can do 1/10 of your spraying that you need for some grape varieties, of course, especially up here, maybe it's the way to go in some ways or in some climates. I mean, I spoke to Frank Cornelis a couple of years ago, and he was totally into changing a lot of his grapes to PVs, like Solaris, instead of using Sweden is maybe the coldest climate where you can grow Solaris, and he's probably the hottest climate, but he saw the advantages of no like 1/5 of the labor work in the vineyards, like 1/10 of the spraying. The leaves are enormous, so they can probably protect the grapes from the sun. Like so many positive things. So maybe if you start speaking to people how much less work you can put in, and how much nice effort or nice effects you can get from using PVs, maybe that's also start highlighting grapes that are not very common. Or blend them with apples, by the way.
Plums and grapes are good.
I think, but like when I do tastings with people now, I don't tell them the grape variety before they have tasted the wine. Because people always ask instantly, like before they have even, just literally got the wine in the glass, and it's like, oh, what's in it? And like, what is it like? And I'm like, you have the wine in the glass, you'll taste it, and then you will see what it's like. And then afterwards, I will tell you what grape variety it is. Because people, I think when you give them any information about the wine beforehand, you instantly do brain fuckery, is what I call it. Like, if I say this wine smells like blueberry, then they will smell blueberry. And on the other hand, if I say this is a wine made with Regent, they're instantly like, huh. Or I have Merlot now that I work with. And Merlot, I think, has been so screwed by Sideways. And Like,
Nobody knows that anymore.
like Merlot has a really hard time. I'm gonna take a stand here and defend Merlot.
I love Merlot. I'm making Merlot again this year.
I like it. And talking about Merlot, I'm gonna switch over to Andy before he gets too drunk. Andy Mundy.
We lost him already.
Yes.
Already drunk? No, I'm here.
Maybe you can talk about Merlot in Rheinhessen.
Yeah, well, actually, it's not that much a PV thing because, yeah, you all know Merlot as being a very old grape variety. But actually, coming back to climate change, it's for us planting Merlot. So my father did this 15 years ago because he was somehow expecting, and he already realized, okay, it's getting warmer and things are changing. And he was just looking for something that can handle the heat, can handle dryness. And yeah, so my father planted it, and seeing the grapes now and the vines is like, it's really different. And Merlot is a grape that really can handle it. And so planting it makes a lot of sense. And yeah, well, for us, it's really hard to sell it, even though in the natural wine scene, because even there people say, okay, they want to see the grapes that really come from that place, or that the places are known for, and that are, yeah, so for me, it's like even in the natural wine scene, Merlot seems difficult to sell and to explain. And yeah, so I try to explain that, and I try to handle it. I use it a lot in cuvées because it makes more sense there, because you don't have to answer these kind of questions. But actually nowadays it just makes sense to grow it, because yeah, Riesling, it gets harder to plant Riesling in our places, and Merlot gets easier. So we should tend to go in that direction. But yeah, the way people think about it, and when they hear about Germany and Merlot, that's kind of weird. And at some points I also try to avoid it by not talking about it and using it in cuvées, but at least for me it makes sense to use it and to plant it. And yeah.
All right. Thank you, Andy. You may get really drunk now.
Sorry guys, but I gotta leave because my house is running out of wood and I have to light up my house in order to be able to sleep tonight. And my dog is also requesting my presence, so thank you for
thank you so much, Luca,
accepting me, and I wish you a good conversation, and I hope to see you in other circumstances.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate that.
So talking about Merlot and Rheinhessen, I think a good point to talk about is tradition versus climate change. How do you preserve tradition, but how do you also work against the climate change that exists? I mean, we have these regions like Beaujolais, that's world famous for Gamay, Chablis and Chardonnay. I think some of the systems are really being a little bit backwards in the thought of climate change. I think the French AOC system, for example, is quite strict, and I'm not sure if they are doing enough for it, if there's enough allowance to have these experiments, or to then fully plan it after it's been an experimental vineyard, if it's successful. I think the system, fuck the system, basically. It's hindering. I think it's more of a hindrance than anything else. But yeah, how do you preserve tradition in the sense then? Maybe Piri, you want to go into that a little bit?
Yeah, sure, thanks. I think that's a really big question. Like, first of all, I'm really happy that we are not like we like the way it works in Germany is a bit different to the AOC in France, for example. Like we are able to plant other varieties. Like it doesn't say, okay, here in this village or the region, we are only allowed to plant this or that varieties. Otherwise, for example, Jan wouldn't have been able to plant his Portuguese project with varieties. And so I also think this is really not the way to go, to force a region to only stick to certain varieties. I think like just looking back at the last like what our parents or grandparents did, like this is really just a short time span, but so much has changed. And on the one hand, I think it's really valuable to keep old vineyards. Like for me, it's amazing to keep that tradition of working with an old vineyard that maybe my grandparents planted. And so this is on the one hand something why I would always keep our Riesling vineyards. I also think that certain varieties adapt better to climate change than others. So even some traditional grapes are still doing very well with the climate change. Like maybe you have to rethink your vineyard management. You have to rethink what you do with a canopy. You like, how do you like, do you work the soil at all? Like there's so many facts that have like very positive impacts, like thinking about this climate change. But then looking at new plantings, I think it is important to be open for PVs and hybrids, because yeah, like suddenly I think we're also able to plant in maybe spots that we weren't 50 years ago. Like here we have like very small valleys, so we have also some more so northern facing slopes. We still have some little valleys where it's almost hard to still get Riesling ripe. So I think it's really, you have to really look individually where you are, what your soil is, and like you can't tell an entire region to only plant a certain variety. I think that's wrong. Yeah.
Thank you, Piri. I think that's for me all the points I had with alternative grape varieties. Are there any questions, Sam?
Yeah, I think a big theme in a lot of the questions that came through was the opinion on hybrids' ability to translate terroir.
I think Todd said that really nicely. I'm going to throw it back at Todd.
Yeah, I think that they haven't really been given the chance to, as much as we would like, just because of the expectations we had put on them to be like something else, or to fit into a category. I mean, here in New York, you know, they've been making great wines in New York State for 100 years, but a lot of the commercial production was focused on not necessarily replicating, but fitting into, you know, the wines of the 80s in the US, trying to make 14% kind of lower acid wine, and doing a lot of tomfoolery in the winery to make that happen with chaptalization and deacidification. And I think both the fact that consumer palates are changing and asking for, you know, higher acid, lower alcohol wines in general, and also the natural wine movement has pushed that kind of lower intervention, hands-off style of winemaking, coupled with kind of this more openness and acceptance of non-traditional varieties, has really allowed people to start to figure out what that expression of terroir looks like within hybrids. And like the field blend that I was talking about that we do, that for me, stumbling upon that vineyard and getting access to that was like, this is exactly what I want to do. We're taking a dozen different varieties and co-fermenting them every year. I got to taste through all his past vintages of it that he still had. And now we've made 3 vintages of it ourselves in almost exactly the same way in the winery. I mean, we're doing hands off, into winemaking. So I get to see exactly what comes from that vineyard. I get to compare it to the Marquette that grows right next to it and see what similarities there are, what comes from the grape versus the soil, the terroir. And I think there's a lot, people talk about the foxiness of hybrid wines, and I think there are ways that you can overplay that. If you're over ripening things, or if you're picking at the wrong time, you can really exacerbate that. I think if you try to hide it, you're not going to. But I think just picking things at the right time with the right phenolic ripeness, not trying to push the bricks, vinifying without trying to monkey around too much, and just kind of letting it happen, you get a wine that's very representative of where it was grown. And we're lucky that we get to work with that vineyard, which is 2 hours north of us. We get to work with our vineyard here and other local vineyards in the Hudson River region. And then we get to pull some fruit in from the Finger Lakes and Long Island too. So we get to work with, more than 4, because the Hudson River region is 200 miles north to south. It's got its own huge number of different terroirs. So we get to work with similar grapes across multiple terroirs here in the state, and kind of try to figure out what differences we can pull out from them. And, again, only 5 weeks in, 5 years in, 5 vintages, but we're figuring it out more and more as we go. And I hope we can keep doing that.
Jess, can I add to what Todd said there? So thanks for that, man. It's some great points. But I also think that if we talk about terroir, we cannot miss the importance of soil, right? And if your plants are not connected to the place where they are grown with microbes, live soils,
sure,
then you will not be able to translate terroir properly, in my opinion. Let's not start talking about terroir, please, because we'll be here all night. But I think that's just for a lot of us make natural wine, and I think that's a crucial point, to have a live soil. And pewees should give you that opportunity more than Vitis vinifera, because you are not spraying it to death. If you're lucky, you can get by with 1 spray or maybe nothing during a season. So there's no copper going into the soil. There's no sulfur going into the soil, an organic spray program. So you give your soils a chance to be alive and a chance to connect with the plant. So if you think about it like that, then pewees are probably a better chance of connecting and shouting the terroir where they're grown.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Really good point. Thank you.
We have to say something on that as well, regarding fruit in general, because for us it's very a big thing that also apples or other fruits can show terroir, where it's grown, what is different soil, apple varieties in different soils. And another thing is also you're not allowed to spray copper at all in Swedish agriculture.
Wow.
You have now, actually, with the European Union in the last 3 years, I think, if you have exceptional vintages, you're allowed to spray some copper, but in general, nothing. It's crazy. Yeah.
Interesting. Sure.
So definitely, we're the believers up here in Scandinavia, or in Sweden, but of course we see a future for pewees up here, maybe other varieties later, but of course also having not monoculture, but maybe growing different stuff in the same region or is in the same plots and everything, and ferment them together.
We see huge differences within the same apple variety, for example, from different gardens, from different parts of Skåne or different parts of Sweden. So I think, the discussion if pewees can carry terroir, for us that is, of course they can. Of course they can. Just like apples or pears can carry terroir, or a plum can carry terroir. Pewees can as well.
And maybe Solaris get better with 10% apples.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, and it's also like more a question to other winemakers all over the world, more or less. Like, is it that bad to put 10% of another fruit in a grape wine? or is it maybe making the wine more terroir or more?
Like cross blending should be.
I completely agree with that, man. I really do. I think but it goes back to the cultural idea of wine, right? Like you want to that idea of having a Chardonnay from Chablis or a Riesling from the Mosel, which is absolute bullshit. It really is. Why don't you just grow different crops? And it doesn't have to be different. A field blend of vines. It can be of apples and pears and vines in one vineyard. You cancel the monoculture already. You don't have a monoculture anymore. I completely agree with what you guys are saying.
So also tradition 500 years ago, 5,000 years ago, because I'm pretty sure 5,000 years ago you were planting stuff together and you were fermenting them together. Yeah.
Brian McClintock had a really nice talk about this months ago, where he said like there would be no restaurant in the world who would transfer terroir by just having a carrot on the plate, right? You would have the terroir of the whole place, of the whole garden there, not just of one vegetable, one thing.
I like what you guys are saying, but I just wanted to kind of like be a party pooper and say, this is great because these products are fantastic, but there is a legal definition of wine that it's made from grapes. So this is totally cool, but we've got to be brought down to earth a little bit by saying if we're going to talk about wine, then we can't change the legal definition of wine. That's too much of an uphill struggle.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think wine is made from fruit, not from grapes. Fruit wine is wine. Cider is wine. Here in the US anyway, anything made from fruit is considered wine.
I mean, I'm sympathetic to this argument completely. I'm just trying to stop us go off on some crazy tangent, you know, that then leads us to a place where what we're saying is totally irrelevant to like 95, because ultimately when it comes to climate change and the things we're discussing, we're all of a certain persuasion. I think most of us, I don't know all of you, but we like interesting things, interesting products, interesting gastronomy, interesting drinks, cool wines, natural wines. But to change, you know, if this discussion is going to have any impact on, you know, the big things, like, you know, if you want farming to be, you know, what I'm saying is we need the big companies to start farming well. We need the large, you know, we need the big guys to start behaving well in the wine sector to have the change that we need to have. So it's almost like we need to bring them along. We can't be this tiny little bubble where we just think great thoughts and everything in isolation. But this discussion has to percolate through the whole industry, right to the bottom. And this is why I think the Pewees are exciting, because the Pewees and the Res Dure wines and the new generation hybrids, and also even the Labruscas in New York, you know, that I'm seeing people like Nathan Kendall doing really cool things with, you know. We need to get like everyone on board. And the great thing about the Pewee story is that it's having massive traction at the bottom end at the moment. In France, there's been a huge increase in these Res Dure varieties, you know, these resistant hybrid varieties. There's a massive interest in it. And if the big companies, you know, if Big Wine starts taking on board the idea that this is a really good way to farm because it's fewer inputs, then I think that's going to make a real change. They may not be farming organically, but if they're planting all these resistant varieties, then we're going to see a real change in the landscape. And it's at the bottom end of the cheaper wines where you've got the volume, where you've got the vineyard area, that the big changes can be made. And I think it's exciting to do this in the niche, but it's also exciting to kind of keep the conversation going so that it brings on people who are in the mainstream as well. Sorry, rant over.
It's also, I think the Pewees have a big advantage in the risk management because you have a lot safer yields with the Pewees because of the resistancy that they have, that you don't have. Yeah, of course, frost will fuck up a Pewee as well, I guess. But most of the other things, the Pewees are pretty stable. So that is also a huge advantage that you could sell to those big companies or the producers that produce for the big companies. I'm totally with you on this idea, because we got a bit carried away with the little things that we want to do. But if you want to really
I blame Kosi. Kosi, it's your fault, man.
It's getting late in Germany, and this is the second night we've. Yeah.
Kosi's been drinking on the side. I think he's been drinking on the side, and suddenly comes in, fires up. You know, like yeah.
Yeah, but look, it's also it's risk management, Jan, and it's also time in the vineyard, right? Yeah. Like if you don't have to worry about downy mildew and powdery mildew that much, then you can use that time to focus maybe on the canopy management which is a climate change issue, right? You have to now rethink leaf removal because of sunburn in the Mosel, which you didn't really have to 10 or 15 years ago. So it really opens it up very nicely for even like you said, Jamie, the bigger guys. Sure.
And I would love to jump in at the tail end of that conversation and just add to what Carl and Mika are trying to say, and bring this back to climate change. You know, there was a question in the chat thing that they asked about apples and smoke taint. And one thing that we're finding is apples don't have smoke taint. I don't know if it's because thick skins, you know, I don't really know the science behind it, but it doesn't really matter. Like I can wait through 2 big fires and a month of smoke in the air and pick apples and be good to go and have a business. So, you know, Jamie, you're right. I have to track wine differently than my cider operation. And that's a little bit of a headache here in California. And yesterday, you know, I just bottled my first 10% cider in a red wine, and it's a sparkling red, and I'm super excited about it. And, you know, I didn't want to do it. Like, it's so weird. I was so resistant to holding on to this tradition of Colfondo and blah, 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 and picking from the, and then finally, I had no other sweetener because of the fires. It messed up my bottling. I had to bottle in December. No fresh juice. But for apples, there was. And so I just went for it. And I love that wine, you know. So now I have to figure out, you know, how to sell it and all that. But so but climate change will make us make these choices, right? It's what we're talking about. Peewees, apples, grapes. Yeah.
I mean,
thanks for that.
Eric, I will take a case of it. I'm already sold. Okay, so how are we looking on the questions? Any left? Any that were on basically? Okay, cool. Then I think we'll move on to the last discussion round of the evening. It's getting also quite late in Europe, which is compost, spraying, and mulching, which for myself is the department I know least about. So I will probably just try and get Kosi to talk more and to get Derek to have a wonderful conversation. How can we spray less and still get good results? Maybe we've already discussed the whole PV thing. Yeah. So let's keep Vitis vinifera in this case. I think just so we don't over repeat, basically. Maybe Kosi, you start.
All right. Yeah. First of all, thank you for the graveyard shift, Jasmine. It's great. I want to share something that I've been working on for the past 3 years now with you guys. And look, I'm just a farmer. I'm not a scientist. So if the scientists in the room will probably cringe at the way that I've gone about doing what I believe in. But just a short history of how I got into it is 5.5 years ago, I started farming organic and biodynamically. And I soon after farming like that, I realized that this is not the end game. This is not sort of the alpha and omega of farming, even though it's better than a lot of the conventional stuff, the systemics that we can spray. The copper still ends up in the soil, and a lot of the beneficial insects do not like sulfur. And I found out the hard way because I saw the copper in the soil analysis already. It was already there, and then you struggle to get rid of it. And in South Africa, we have a little a little aphid that's called a mealybug. And in organic viticulture, it's quite difficult to control this little bug, because the problem with it is it gives direct damage to the fruit, and also it is a vector for leaf roll virus, which I can kind of compare with ESCA, but it's not the same. But it's also a virus that eventually kills your whole vineyard, and this little aphid spreads it, and the sulfur kind of kills half of the predators that we released to fight these aphids. So it was 2017 when I started really looking around with our consultant at the farm that I was working at, and he came with a solution of introducing microbes to the spraying program. So we started spraying Trichoderma and Bacillus subtilis, and these two are specifically for mildews, and then also a product called sure, no, I can't remember the third one's name. I'll get to it later. But that was for insects, to try and control insects with funguses. So that worked really well. And in South Africa, we don't have our own organic standard, so we have to certify ourselves to the EU standard. And for non-European EU standards, you can spray 6 kilograms per hectare per year of copper, which is insane. So at the time when we introduced the microbes, we were spraying about 3 kilograms per hectare per year of copper. And that's first vintage we introduced the microbes, we sprayed less than 1 kilogram of copper, and we had beautiful fruit. So that just, it just started this mindset of mine of thinking, what is happening in the plant, and why aren't we doing more of this? And I started reading up on it, and there's three things that happens. And the one is that if you spray these microbes, they have a direct effect on competition on the leaf, on the phylosphere. So they live there, and they have a competition with downy mildew and powdery mildew. The second thing is some of them actually have metabolites that demotivate mildews to grow. There is actually a product on the market in South Africa called BioImpilo, which is a metabolite of Trichoderma that people spray to demotivate mildews or to grow. And then the third thing, which is incredibly exciting, is that if you have something growing on the plant, on the phylosphere, or on the roots, you trigger the plant's systemic acquired resistance, which in a dead system, if you spray it the whole time, you don't really do it, because the plant is just always in a kind of sterile environment. So that really made me very excited. And then, sorry, this is a long story. And then two years ago, I started working with a company spraying more microbes. So I started reading a lot about it, and diversity is the spice of life. I realized that you need more diverse kind of microbes in the spray program. So I started introducing compost teas, and I'm sure a lot of you know what compost teas are and how you brew them, but a lot of people brew them with molasses and very easy consumable sugars, and that tends to favor the bacterial growth. So the first year was a disaster because I made teas and I didn't have much fungus in my sprays. Second year was better. We made extracts. We didn't make teas. We just loosened up all of the bacteria in the compost. And in the second year, I also decided to do an integrated program. So we still sprayed copper and sulfur, but we sprayed copper and sulfur 3 times in the vineyard. Once at like 4-leaf stage in the beginning to just clean up. And then every time after we sprayed copper and sulfur, we sprayed the microbes to make sure that it is on the leaves. At flowering and just before the bunches close. So I sprayed, in total, we sprayed with the microbes, we sprayed 6 times in the vintage. And in that vintage, we had 300 millimeters of rain in the growing season. So it was incredibly wet as well. And we had a very good crop after the season, compared to the rest of the vineyard that we sprayed 11 times. So if you just look at the amount of carbon that you release into the soil, into the air, by going through your vineyard every year, burning diesel, is actually quite incredible. And by reducing it to half, and also spraying more environmentally friendly, well, I say chemicals, but it's more like spray, microbes. You can really make a difference in your vineyard, and you can also reduce the cost of spraying and also the carbon emissions in your vineyard. And yeah, that's my story on spraying. I don't know if you want to add something that I didn't say now in my long spiel here, Derek, but go for it.
Oh, well, no, I'll speak from my own experience, which is different. I haven't really been that good at compost teas, so I don't use them. Earlier on, in my day job, I farmed about 115 acres of grapes, and sorry about the acres there. I'm in California where we still use the Queen's English measurements, but I was spraying on a sort of an organic matter devoid soil at that time, some microbes, and they were just dying. And then I finally learned that, you got to enliven the soil a little bit before those things would work for the purposes that I was seeing. And now the way I farm is I make my own mulch. I've got these huge mountains of mulch that I get from tree chippers, bring in arbor chippings. There's really nothing else in there. I don't put any green material. It's mostly all leaves. That's the only green, and tree parts. And then we stockpile that. The leaves are a huge inoculum for a thing called fungal mycelium. Now, the fungal mycelium are what colonize the roots that he's talking about, and they double the root system. So if you double the root system, okay, so I started this to bring life back to a 120-year-old block that I farm, and another 80-year-old block that my great-grandfather planted, actually. And they were petering out, and so I was like, what can I do? And I started this idea 10 years ago. And when I bring to those vineyards an amount of organic matter in the mass of what we call mulch, but this is composted mulch, so it's the stuff that breaks down for 6 months, so it's a long process. And I bring these microbes as a microbial inoculum. They colonize the roots. The roots then double the biomass potential of the plant. You got the mycelium brings higher water uptake, higher nutrient uptake, and that means that in my setting, which is all dry farmed in an arid climate where we're getting zero water, sometimes since February, especially lately in the last 5 years. So I need to keep those vines alive, and that's one of the ways I do it. I would love to, if there's interest, discuss a little bit about the carbon sequestration cycle and why, like, this is okay. I'll keep it short. Yeah, okay, I saw that thumbs up.
Go for it.
Okay, so just to put this in perspective, so we've got, short of 100 people here, just so that everybody leaves as an advocate of understanding the whole, from the basic point of view, a 500 million years ago, was that 500 million, there was no, atmosphere, there was no soil as we know it. There was just carbon in the atmosphere and mineral soil and no life. Then photosynthesizing plants come into the process, and then that carbon gets drawn down into the soil. The plants actually exude carbon from their roots. So they do that for one reason, that's to feed the microbes, because a plant can't take in minerals by itself. It does need microbiology. So in doing that, it gets a symbiotic relationship. Now we're finding that actually one of the biggest, petroleum's a big problem, but one of the biggest climate disasters is today's conventional farming. First, you have tillage. It ignites all the carbon that was stored in those soils. Then you have herbicides, which kills all the microbiology. You just have dead land, and it's not sequestering anything. We need those plants to exude that carbon, and then you can draw down an amazing amount of carbon. And this has been proven by David Johnson of New Mexico University, and also here in California, the Center for Regenerative Agriculture. my friend Tim LaSalle and the group up there. So this method that I have is, oh, and one more part of that I wanted to say, just for anybody who isn't clear about how we're in the climate chaos moment, for 800,000 years, okay, so 500 million years ago, there was like 4,000 parts per million carbon. Then it was, after photosynthesis, it was brought down to about between 100 and 300 parts per million. It was stable at that for 800,000 years, 175 to 300. The last 10,000 years, more stable at the 215 rate. Okay, today we're at 415 parts per million carbon. That's only gone up in the last 150, 200 years. The last time it was at 415 parts per million carbon was 4 million years ago. So that's pretty clear. We have a problem, and so one of the ways that science is telling us that we can bring it back down is with plants, and in rangeland especially, because most of the acres in the United States are in rangeland. But in my, how I can save the planet in my little corner is by growing grapevines and cover crops, and I'm actually using crabgrass of all things to sequester carbon year round. Because in California we have a green moment, which is in spring, and then it's brown the rest of the year. But crabgrass stays green year round, and it loves the mulch that I make, and it actually helps me hold that mulch in place because we do have flood. I do have vineyards that flood, and the mulch will stay with the crabgrass's help. So it's using a few different things that wouldn't be intuitively there, and for most people, and it wasn't there for me either. Just by observation is where I kind of gathered all this. But I think those are all the points that I really wanted to hit. We could take some questions, but just that the main microbe for regenerative agriculture is fungal mycelium because of what it does to the roots, and that also makes better tasting wines. Those sugars, it's going to taste sweeter at lower sugar, and be a much better wine as well. And so we can enjoy our beverages, help save the planet, and move forward.
So, sorry?
And start.
I wanted to add the question, like with cover crops, you already brushed on it. Are there certain cover crops that are better than others? Does anyone know?
Well, I'll take a first stab at it. So for me, it depends what you mean better. We could have insectaries, which bring honeybees and other beneficial insects, and that's better in some cases. For me these days, better is ones that draw down more biomass, because every chain of carbon you put in that plant is carbon that came out of the atmosphere. So you got it both in the plant and in the roots, and then that actually builds soil. So I'm mowing that down. Of course, it's also flammable, but one problem we have with that, back to the frost discussions, is that tall grass makes you more susceptible to frost. So I have to be real careful with that. So somewhere in the middle. Otherwise, we're mowing early and kind of defeating the process. And every other row doesn't seem to work as well. But yeah, those are just sort of my initial points on cover crops.
Thank you, Derek. Maybe if you want to add a last point about tillage, or one of you, tillage. That's
Yeah.
the right word, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it's important to. I know we've discussed pewees now at length, but I think pewees are such a crucial. If we only talk about, sorry guys from Stereo, but if we're only talking about wine now, I think pewees are so crucial for the future of farming. And if you're talking about the soil as well, the main reason we are tilling is because we are compacting the soil by spraying, right? I mean, that's the main reason we are tilling every year, because our cover crops can't grow because we compacted the soils. So the other problem with tilling as well is most vineyards are planted on slopes because that's where, you know, the less fertile soils are, and that classically people grew vegetables in the lower valleys where there are more fertility. So that's, and if you plow a sloped vineyard, you're going to lose topsoil. So everything is just against tilling and in your soil. And once, if we don't stop spraying, it's difficult to get away from it. I mean, you can grow plants in there that can help you with the compaction, but man, if you drive in there 11 times a year, and sometimes after rain, you're going to struggle to not till. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm down with that. And, you know, it depends where you are. Like, I'm in the middle of a bunch of old time farmers and they'll hate me because they think I'm killing my vines. I'm putting this crazy mulch on there and not tilling. And virtually everybody here tills. And there isn't one thing you can do that's worse, in my opinion, in a farming situation than actual tillage. What happens is, you know, your farmers do it because they think it flocculates the soil, but it does the opposite in the end, because you are basically oxidizing the organic matter. So organic matter is what we call stored carbon in the soil. And when that tillage comes through, you not only have the soil baking in the sun, in California at least, which is creating a heat effect back up, but then you also have oxidation of organic matter, and it's why we have 0.05% organic matter in farm situations. My soils in my food crops are 35% organic matter, which is more like a forest scenario. That's because we're not tilling and we're using the mulch. But tillage, you know, for the reasons that people do it, there's too many downsides that offset it, and that's just my own opinion, and also the science for those here who might be, you know, tilling. But in this case, if the view is the vine, you know, and not needing things to compete with the vine, well, then tillage is good. But if you broaden up and you go, what's the best for the climate? Absolutely, tillage is not.
I just wonder if we have to differentiate between, like when you say tillage, do you mean like completely turning the soil around, or do you mean like loosening it, or like what do you mean with tillage exactly?
I think the term tillage means any soil disturbance, not mowing, but ripping, plowing, which is the turning over, or disking, which is what mostly happens here. And disking especially creates the most dust because they have to do it often to get it good, to get that soil this nice tilt. So you get a lot of erosion and loss through dust and loss through erosion in the winter.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's for the chickens.
I wanted to share with you, we don't tillage in our type of soil. It's a volcanic soil. And yeah, we do, we have this kind of mulching, which is mineral in a way, because are those ashes that will protect in fact, the fertile soil that it is underneath. Also, those ashes, because they are very porous and light, they would kind of capture the moisture. And about manure, and what we do here is to dig holes and bury their organic material, waste, manure, and cover it up again, so that we down there activate life where the roots in fact are. And so we also help storage the water by that. It's a traditional way of farming here.
Thank you, Becky. Do you want to add something onto that? No, I'm just wondering. You seemed like you wanted to talk.
No, I've said enough, I think.
Okay, so how are we looking on the questions, Sam?
Jasmine, I'm just going to
Lots
ask a
of
quick
questions.
question for Derek, if possible. Just going back to Cozy's point about soil compaction and obviously the struggle not tilling if you're driving through the rows and spraying. So how do you avoid? Are you driving any kind of machinery through your rows, and if so, how do you avoid soil compaction and being able to grow your cover crops without tilling?
Super. Yeah. So, God, there's so many ways to approach that. I guess I get to cheat because I'm in California, and a lot of people are going to hate me, but I only spray 1 week a year, and I do five sprays all in that same week, the biodynamic preps, and then I'll do a sulfur or a copper thing at the end. So the only pesticide is the one spray of copper or sulfur, and that's it. I did get bitten converting a conventional vineyard this 2020 season, the one that almost burned, and I had a huge powdery mildew problem with that idea because I forgot about the transition time. But anyway, so I personally don't have that problem. But if you compare like why the farmer does tillage, they think they're flocculating the soil, but what happens is it ends up being compacted by rain in the fall, and rain's like one of the most incredible compaction devices. And you get puddles and areas where water won't infiltrate after tillage. And so that actually compounds the problem. So if you use a mulch, just either broadcasted, distributed, whatever, and then mow and just only mow, after about 3 years, you've got a little layer of duff, and that duff acts like your barrier to forklift or to tractor traffic. And it's amazing how resilient it is. Under my piles, I run a huge loader, and I have to be super careful because those soils now are 2 feet deep because it's such a high inoculum of microbiology and carbon that goes into those soils, and the water passes through really fast. I have to be really careful of that big machine gets stuck. There's just no way to compact it. Once you have the correct amount of organic matter and microbiology, compaction becomes a non-issue. Love to show you guys. I couldn't post pictures, couldn't figure it out, but I've got all kinds of pictures that I'd love to show, but I can't.
You not have the share screen button at the bottom of the screen? Are you on mute?
If I make him a co-host, he might be able to just hold on.
Oh,
yeah, he's not a co-host.
It's been disabled.
Okay.
But,
just wait a second. Maybe you're going to become with the co-host function. You can share the screen.
Okay, let me exit full screen. And so how would I share? I would just go to my photos on my link.
Yeah, just wait a second once Andrea gives the go that you have the function.
I did make you a co-host. You should have somewhere like a green button that says share screen.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Okay,
And
desktop
then-
or application.
And
no, oops.
I would open the image and then share that like that preview, that window rather than your entire desktop.
I don't know if I understood that. Sorry.
Find
the
Go
get an
picture you
image
want
first?
to share first, and
Okay.
then share your screen. Because
Sorry, you guys.
we see everything.
Oh, I see. You see everything. I got you. Let's see. Let's see. So then how would I, so I've got it open. How would I?
So now go back to Zoom to share screen, and you should be able to select that.
Share screen. Okay. And go to desktop or application. Desktop?
Wherever you have the photo open, probably your desktop. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
We'll see if I can do this. I'm a little challenged on this one. Let's see if I can Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe Yaz, you can just continue the conversation, and if Derek figures out how to share it, it'll pop up. So
Yeah, exactly. Let's do that.
Well,
I mean,
maybe I could just add a little experience of like no soil tilling. So when I took over the winery, like my family has had the rows, like one row with a permanent greening seating in the rows, and the other row was kept more so open. And I said, okay, I don't like the idea of having soil kept open during the in general, but especially not during the season, of course. And so I said, okay, we'll just let it grow and see what happens, just to see if there's local flora just developing again, or what's going to happen. You have the option of oh, here's the photo.
Sorry, Thierry.
Well, maybe you want to go first now that the photos are open.
Derek, you're on mute.
That's right.
Yes.
Derek, you're on mute. Can you unmute it?
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Now we hear you. There you go.
I was like 3 corridors away. I couldn't find myself. Okay, so if I move this, can you guys see it when I move it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just walk you through. These aren't arranged in any particular order. Who knows what might come? But this is all mulch related. You can see this is me removing a pile. We're starting to convert an 80 acre vineyard. This pile here was about 1,500 yards of material. I'm gonna be trying to get a commercial license to do this on an even larger scale next year. I'm applying for a grant to do this. This machine, if it's in the wet season, this machine can't go near the pile. But right now you can see how black that material is below the tires. And that thing's as tall as a 2-story house, that machine. Then we're just going to go through. Okay, so now we're taking us through some of the flora and fauna that grows from the mulch piles in my vineyards. These are all fungal hyphae related, so they're fungus that show sometimes fruiting bodies like that, which this one's really beautiful. I believe these are edible. It's just a huge pack of these organisms. There's no telling from any one pile how many different species will be there, but here's some more. And sorry, I can't target. Oh, that's from a harvest. Let me see if I can get out of the mushrooms. There we go. So there's, in the middle of this, if you can see a white kind of area, that's the fungal mycelium. They really concentrate in these piles. The reason why they concentrate is because it's a static pile. There's absolutely no turning. It destroys the fungal mycelium. And so that's one of the reasons why commercial compost doesn't have it. It's actually devoid of it because they use machine turners. My piles are not turned, and they develop these huge tufts in the middle here. I guess maybe you can see my cursor, but in the middle, if you can see that. I'll have more pictures of it. There's fungal mycelium on some of the mulch in a rainy season. I think this is in a pile. There's some more just to drive that home. There's other photos I'd like to show you. Maybe I'm just gonna stick with it. There's Jose. So this is a block that, as far as I know, there's no technology for a no irrigation planting in California, although my great grandfather did it. So I'm reintroducing that. This is 1 complete acre covered in mulch at about 10 inches thick. And here we're beginning to plant the vines. No irrigation, no trellis, just these stakes. It'll be bush vine trimmed. And this is an incredible amount of material. It's probably about 1,000 yards, maybe a little less, to cover a full acre, which is a half a hectare. This is kind of what it looks like as we're beginning, dumping the piles. You can see the bare dirt here. There's a better shot of, that's actually the winery and my house in the background. Let me see, there's another shot I'd love for you guys. This is some of the growth of no irrigation plants and our little portable dog house turned into a chicken house in the background. Y'all still with me? Hello, you guys there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
How do you spread the compost without disrupting the mycelial network? Then
Oh no, it's disrupt absolutely. But see, the key difference is disrupting them when they're spreading and growing versus disrupting them when they've already created huge colonies. And so then the key is to getting those colonies out. So we do want to disrupt them. And I have a process to putting my piles in a truck. I do it like an old typewriter, taking from many different areas of the pile to make sure that I get a good tuft in each one. And then as that goes out, it'll spread continually. This is the size of one of the pile, that pile that you saw the loader in. A friend of mine came after the CiderCon event and visited, and he's like, get up there, let me take a picture of you. So I stand up top. Let's see, that's, those are some apple leaves or apple pressings. One beauty of having a big mulch operation is it digests all your pomace. This is the machine that I use to make the piles. I'm just going to walk you through. I'd like to show you, okay, that's a video, we won't do that. I'd love to show you some of the community work we've done. This is another new planting. This is out in at the Old Vine Vineyard. This is a field that historically in the family was a hay field. We're now going to bring it into vineyard production. Another cool fungus.
Right.
So, yeah.
When you've got a chance, I think it might be interesting as well if you show a picture of the 1890 block.
Okay. Let me see if I can.
Go through your thing, but yeah, at some point you can slide in 1890.
Yeah, it's there. It'll be here in a minute. Oh, that's a stink fungus. I love fungus. They're just crazy. They do this stuff. This kills flies, and it just grew out of the. So this is you can see, and this is a nursery. I don't know if you can see the green leaves and the sticks. Those are vines. And so I nursery my own vines. All my new plantings are own rooted, no rootstock. And this guy grew up, and I was like, "What the hell is that thing?" It's called a stink fungus, and so it catches flies, and it does stink. Let me tell you. I think we're going to see a couple shots of it. Just taking, you're seeing like all my mulch stuff. Sorry, but we'll see if we get back to where. Another shot of the pile. I just want to show you a group. That's another shot of the pile. Okay, so this is Jose. This is the 1890 block. These vines, you can see some erect leaves. They were all sagging. There was dieback. It was horrible. This is the second application of mulch to each vine out there. Coming in my trailer, it's like 50 trailer loads. See another shot of him here. And now you just see bush vines, just completely prolific. Looking really healthy. That's not how they looked when I took them over, I guess about 8 years ago. And here we do it the old-fashioned way. So this we use a pitchfork to load it into a wheelbarrow and get it out onto each vine because there's just not enough room to do it mechanically any other way on the old vines. And my crawler loader, when I turn it, will destroy vines, so I don't dare bring it in there. That's a conch mushroom, grows on the side of trees. Another one. It's not what we need to see right now. Okay, here's some more pile stuff. Okay, so this is actually the vineyard that burned in 2017. This is what it looks like when I do a mound under the vine row. You can see the amount of material there. It's to the tune of about 100 yards per acre. And we haul it in a truck that hauls 40 yards at a time. So it's 3 truckloads, which makes it fairly economical to get it there. That vineyard is no longer. Shed a tear. Okay. Oh, so this is a photo. I won't actually, well, here, I'll show you the video, see if you can see it. Okay, so that's noisy, but that's my wastewater. So what I'm doing there is applying wastewater from the winery, leaves, all that. I apply it to the pile and complete the digestion process of the whole operation. So there is no waste product. Everything is digested by microbes and then put back in the vineyard. That's one of the vines. Okay, so this is a vine grown in mulch, and it's completely colonized by fungal hyphae here. It makes for an incredible thing to plant. They just take when they've been treated this way, it's amazing the result. We've been shocked by it. Not my first planting wasn't so successful, but that one is. This is just some other stuff. Okay, the flora and fauna. There's a big night crawler, the size of my daughter's foot. We had never seen one that big. Came out of the mulch piles. Just shows what happens. Oops. Oh, okay. Can you guys see all this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. I didn't know I could move around. Sorry. Okay, so I can move around more easily. So here's a shot I wanted to show you. This is a JC group from the local college, and we're doing a community outflow, doing the work. It's a watershed group working on watersheds, and they're helping me spread the mulch for the other planting. And I've taken up enough time. Let me just see if there's another photo that I really wanted to show you. We'll finish with, well, here's some of the old vines at pruning time, and this is what it looks like with a fresh mound of mulch right after pruning. We do that every 3 to 5 years, and that's those are 80-year-old vines. And I'll just finish with this, unless you want me to keep going. This is Jose sprouting. This is just my favorite picture. You got forest, redwoods in the background. My grandfather's vineyard up on the hill there, which I don't farm, and then us here at the bottom. And yeah, thank you for going through that with me.
You want to ask a question, Cozy?
Derek, can I just ask you? I'm just interested in you're making mulches, right? So it's a very high carbon. It's not a compost heap in the classic sense of things, right? It's a very high carbon mulch that you are making.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's pure carbon. There's nothing else but microbes in it, microbes and carbon. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to complete my question. When you add this to your vineyards, do you have to add any sort of nitrogen to help the breakdown of this carbon, or is it just all done naturally by the soil?
Yeah, beautiful question. Okay, so when the mulch shows up, it takes 6 months for me to build a big pile based on the biomass coming into the winery, and my friends that come and dump their chips for free. So that's the right price. You know, it helps me. Originally, this started out as a free way to have amendments on my soil because I don't have a high budget, you know, and then it just turned into this whole other thing. And so at that time, that material will suck nitrogen out of the soil, and so you don't want to use it, right? But once it's done, 6 months filling, I close the door on it and leave it for another 6 months, and then it breaks down. And at that point, it's broke down where it's pure unto itself, ready to go out and only do good on the soil. It won't create a nitrogen deficiency. Yeah.
Thank
you. Sam, do we have any questions to answer?
We do have some. There's one that came up in the question box. It's going back to the compost teas. This person was wondering that if there's a chance that the teas could maybe propagate biology on the plant and in the vineyard that actually like changes the fruit, maybe lending characteristics that aren't desirable.
Okay, Cozy or Derek?
Well, I'll just say that I'm incredibly new to this experience, and I've done it for 2 vintages, and I haven't had any problems. My mindset on it is, Sam, that if you have a proper diversity on your phylosphere as you would in the soil, I can't see it being a problem. If you have a proper diverse microbial life on the plants, then nothing will take over to become a problem. But look, we really need someone from Geisenheim to get involved in this project, or just some scientist that has a little bit more.
Maybe Jamie knows something about it?
Maybe Jamie has experience with this. Maybe someone's already doing it, and I'm sitting here now.
Doing what? Sorry, remind me.
The compost tea sprays, Jamie. Have you come across anything? Anyone that sprayed compost teas for mildew on the phylosphere, or mildew protection?
Yeah, look, there's a lot of really good work on this. Because basically what you're looking at is you're establishing a microbial sort of equilibrium in your vineyard, and it's a complicated thing, because when you get into plant resistance, and this is maybe going too technical and stuff, but what Vitis vinifera lacks is these what are called R genes, they're resistance genes. So plant resistance comes in different levels. There's like 3 steps in plant resistance, and vinifera has like the first 2 steps, but the big winner when it comes to being resistant is what's called an R gene. And so what you're looking at when you're breeding these peewees or these resistant varieties is you want to get these R genes that only exist in the American and the Asian species of the vine. So you want to get R genes from those into vinifera, because without those R genes, you can't really be fully resistant. But what you can do in the absence of this, when you're using vinifera, in the absence of this proper genetic resistance, you can increase the defenses of the plant by a number of ways. And one of them is by, you mentioned earlier, systemic acquired resistance, which is really interesting, and induced systemic resistance, which is very closely related. But what you can do is you can induce some level of resistance by these fragments that the plant recognizes as being either part of itself or part of the pathogens. Because obviously during herbivory, a plant gets eaten, and bits of itself can be signals that it's time to ramp your defenses up. And likewise, if you get things that are components of the various pathogens of the vine, they can also signal to the vine it's time to ramp your resistance up. But aside from that, this other idea is the whole microbial communities in a vineyard or any agricultural system. If you've got a rich microbial community both below the soil and above the soil, then you're going to outcompete some of these nasty bugs. It's when you've got this sanitized vineyard that's been sprayed to death, then it's actually more susceptible to these problems. And the science behind this is really quite strong, and there's a lot of research on it. And I think it's a very exciting field.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay. Yes, then Sam?
Yeah, we wanted to maybe pull Christine back in for a second. I think she kind of got cut off, or like talking about experience with kind of no-till, so to wrap up kind of that tilling conversation. And yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Thank you. I was just going to talk about a vineyard that I haven't tilled in a while now, and I'm just experiencing that definitely yields are significantly dropping, very, very low yields to in general, and we in general have very low yields here on our very our soils are very light soils, so we generally have low yields anyways. And so sorry, it's the clock again. So I was just thinking about my vegetable garden. I do no-till. I have mulch everywhere, and it works just perfectly. But in the vineyards, I'm still facing that problem that yields are dropping dropping to very low, and I'm not sure how to face this problem. We don't do much working the soil at all, but we do it once a year, if at all, but every once in a while. I think some vineyards, you can tell that it feels like they need to breathe at some point. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Piri. Back to you, Sam.
Yeah, that's a good transition to another question that somebody had, which was when transitioning from tilling to no tilling, is there maybe a soft transition that you can do where you till less over time so it's not a shock to the plant?
I would love to tackle that one. They're trying to teach people here now to do something called conservation tillage, which means doing every other row and then not doing the ends, like the roads, which is unnecessary. But, there's a guy named Gabe Brown who's a regenerative grower in the Midwest. And he says his neighbors, do recreational tillage because that's farming to them. It's fun. They get in the tractor and they go and do tillage. And we're talking about managing 10,000 acres, It's really hard to talk someone like that out of, into what conservation tillage is. But here we're being taught that, it's decreasing the amount of tillage you're going to do. And that's a good start. And then you run into problems like Christine is seeing. And because, I converted a vineyard that had been tilled for 100 years and it wasn't, an immediate success. And the problem is that soil is used to oxidizing the organic matter. So when you till it, it oxidizes the carbon to the air, and then you get a burst of nitrogen to the plant. And so every year the plant gets used to that burst. And if it doesn't have that, then you got to figure out how do we get that instead of. You can't just quit and then not supply that in some way. And in my opinion, after 3 to 5 years, you have enough breakdown. If you get good grass growth, you have enough breakdown and enough ground cover to now support the microbiology and the rebuilding of that soil. But there's a 3 to 5 year interim period of difficulty, and maybe that means jumping to either organic or inorganic fertilizers for a short-term thing, depending on the desire of the farmer,
Awesome, thank you. We also had a question emailed in. So kind of to summarize that one, how do you as farmers and winemakers work within your communities of an industry with people who maybe don't have those same practices and kind of work towards a positive influence of using less synthetic materials, whether it's going to be in the cellar, in the vineyard, how to make these choices, and how do you view your role in that within your larger professional community? I don't know who wants to take that, but
who is going to take that?
Look, I think Derek is probably better to tackle this one. I've got way less experience than him, but I have seen a lot of my colleagues in South Africa trying to convert vineyards to organic, and actually exactly what you just said, Derek. You really need to think of what you are doing, because when you convert, and it's going to sound like I'm a little bit off the point here, but I think it's very important to let people know that you cannot just go organic or regenerative overnight. You will go bust, and I think that's why a lot of people are demotivated back to conventional farming. It's because they try it that 1 year and then they just switch to, now we're not tilling anymore, or now we're not spraying herbicides, so the grasses are just growing and it's stealing your crop. I think from experience, and I'm sure Derek has also learned the hard way, I think we just need to make that. That's such a crucial time in any change in this winemaking system. If we want to change something, we really need to get that right, because people are not going to convert their farms if there's a risk of going under. So there really needs to be a proper communication from people that have experience with it, how to get to that point. Otherwise, you'll lose crop. Like, I mean, Piri now said she had the experience already. I think that's a crucial little step that we need to communicate properly. I don't know, Derek, what do you think of that?
Oh, I'd love to jump from that, Cozy. That's so great. Yeah, so like, I think it's commitment, you know, it just boils down to that. For instance, you know, first I'll say my cousin was really excited about becoming I have a family of grape growers, and they have a winery as well. And my cousin was super excited about being biodynamic, and he was like, yeah, let's do it. So I helped him convert. And after the second year, he didn't tell me, he just quit doing it on the third year and went right back to what he was doing. And we never had a discussion about it. And what happened was he wasn't willing, you know, the problems that arise are new problems for him. He wasn't willing to go to meet them with a new strategy. Instead, he wanted to take the tools that worked with the former strategy. He already knew those tools. So he went back to that strategy to use the tools that he already knew, instead of you know, working on a new process. And that happens a lot. And, you know, it was sad for me, and I learned a lot. You know, it's psychology a little bit. And what Cozy's saying is so true. And I live it. I'm also a winery, and so I do buy some grapes. And Isabelle Legeron asked me one time, you know, why do you make wine from conventional grapes once in a while? And I say, because it's the only way we're going to convert them. And through that, I've converted 4 vineyards. You know, you go there and you tell them, I'm buying this crop. They're going to listen to you. They're going to farm how you want to do it because they see a dollar sign. It's the only way to convert any farmer, is to go and pay them to do it. And so, and it works. And that's why I'm now converting 80 acres, which is ridiculous. It's going to take 10 years. That's a lot of material, but it's super exciting. And that's what I love. That's what I'm here to do. Make that change and make some wine, have this small business, and enjoy it, and try to, you know, heal the planet with all you all as well. You know, it just, so it makes me grateful to be here. I don't know if that answered the question.
No, I think that's great and all relevant. I guess if somebody maybe wants to handle the part of the question that talks about cellar practices, if you're going to be using fewer interventions, like what do you do within your communities to maybe have those conversations?
I think actually I want to go into that a little bit, because I personally think what we do in the cellar is sort of like if someone wants to filter the wine or sulfur it or whatever, then they should do it if they want to do it, if it's their thing. You know, I'm not going to tell someone else how to make their wines. I think that's a really big intervention of me on someone. And in the sense of climate change, especially, it is not relevant, I think. I think it's a pure stylistic decision of someone, how they work in the cellar. And it might be a stylistic that I'm not that interested in from a drinking side of thing. But if they want to do it, I think personally, you know, then they should do it. You cannot, I think it's always important to, like, you know, not to, how do you say it? Yeah, I just think it would be like imposing on someone else's practice. Not my preferred way to work, but, you know, it's not my cellar kind of thing, if that makes sense.
I think if I could jump in for a second, I think this gathering of people that you put together is like the perfect example that this boogeyman of like the natural wine fascist that hates everyone who makes wine any other way and talks badly about them in every situation quickly becomes a straw man, because once you talk to a dozen producers in our world, like none of us are out there telling other people how to make their wine, and that the wine made that way should be spat upon, or, you know, if we don't drink it because we don't want to, that's fine. Sometimes I do, you know, I'll drink some, you know, Grand Mark champagne if someone else is buying it for me. But yeah, it's a pretty good example of where the thought path is a little divergent in all of what Derek said. Like, we're looking at a broader change, changing the world, changing climate, and in the case of In the Cellar, it's personal preference.
Yeah.
I concur so much with those comments. And, you know, you can't convert the unconvertible. They'll convert one way or another. But meanwhile, we hold the space. You know, I've been doing it for 23 years. People hate me. I'm a natural winemaker growing with this weird shit that's growing in my backyard in the middle of the Russian River Valley, where there's millionaires that have granite countertops, and I have this like weird place for people to come taste. And we put a sign out in the road that says, "Come get your natural wine." You know, they don't want that discussion at all, because as soon as you say natural, now it puts them in a different light. Are you natural or are you not natural? And they don't want to have any discussion about, or any transparency, understandingly, even those that use native yeasts from classical French training, they still are capable of using things to finish the wine, you know, make a natural purple, whatever. They're not natural. And so they're really not happy seeing me out here. But now I'm not the only one. I mean, there's a few of us, and just more signs go up, the better. And that's all I can add to that.
Okay, Sam?
I think those were all of the questions, unless there's any last minute ones that folks have.
If I may add to that, like natural versus unnatural wars or whatever. Like, yeah, in Slovakia, it's tough. 99% of the market is conventional, controlled by 10 big producers who like produce 80% of the Slovak market, which is half of the consumption, half is imported. If I compare it, and so I see no change potential. Like they are even offended because they believe that they are also natural. But if you compare it to Austria, which is country next door, like organic is becoming a new standard. And I think all Austrian premium wineries, regardless whether they stand on the natural front or like good old classical wineries, all are becoming conventional. And for them to succeed and to be relevant, like turning organic, it's almost a must, I think. And like in this sense, Austria is driving the standard of the region. Like they're doing enormous job in all aspects of wine. Austrians work like crazy, and it's shown, and it's much better. And it's not only the winemakers, but also the farmers. And like it's 100 kilometers away. It's completely different world. But it's only last 25 years. So it's reversible, I think. So there's a hope.
Thank you, Meso. I think Todd, was that Todd earlier in the chat asking about phylloxera and peavies?
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if they were bred to be able to be own rooted or not. Tying into this discussion, because hybrids all have a graft union that's very susceptible to cold damage. So here where we are, we have to hill up and dehill the vines every season, and that to me is considered basically tilling, even though it's only a 2-foot strip on either side of the vine. So we've been looking at ways to avoid that on the vinifera side of the farm with mulch and compost, but just wondering in general if peewees were looking at not having to have a graft.
I think, and I'm not 100% sure about it, maybe Jamie is a good one on this one, but I think most of the most of the PVs.
Give me a clue. Just give me a clue.
No, but I think most of the PVs that have American blood in it also have the phylloxera resistance.
All right. So yeah, this is interesting. So I was chatting to a couple of my winemaker friends from Finger Lakes, and they're saying that the hybrids there generally planted on their own roots, but with Pewees and the Res Dura varieties, because they're back crossed with vinifera. So basically, they want those R genes that I was talking about earlier. So when they've got stacked R genes, they want 2 copies at least of each of the R genes that give resistance to downy mildew and powdery mildew, because you need 2 sets of the genes, different genes, to stop resistance developing in the fungus. So as long as you've got these stacked R genes, then what they're doing is they're back crossing with vinifera to try and get more vinifera character and less of the hybrid character, which I think is a little bit, I think there's a massive bias against hybrids. It's mainly stemming from the French. The French really biased against hybrids in the past. And I think it's misplaced, some of this bias, because that foxiness we talk about only comes from Labrusca and Labrusca related crosses. And there's other American vines that don't have that character. Anyway, back to it. So they find these stacked R genes and then they back cross against vinifera. So the Pewees and the Res Dura varieties are not going to be phylloxera resistant generally. They're going to be susceptible to phylloxera. Just like the AXR, the rootstock that's planted in California, AXR, which is a hybrid basically between vinifera and resistant American varieties, actually proved to be susceptible to phylloxera. So they had to replant quite a lot of California because of that. So unfortunately, you're going to need to graft them, which is a shame.
So like when we're talking about Regent or Solaris or anything like that, it's grafted onto.
Yeah. I mean, it might not be, but there's a risk. There's just a risk, But I also thought I've got a really crazy idea, which I thought would be I'm really a believer. So this is maybe going somewhere else in direction we don't need to go in right at this stage. But the Omega graft is a big problem, I think, just from asking around. That pretty much every grafted vine is grafted with the Omega graft now. It's a problem for trunk diseases later on. That's what my reading around the subject and interviewing people has shown. So I'm a big fan of growing rootstock varieties, then grafting in the field with the variety of choice, whatever it is. And I had a crazy idea. So if you grow from a seed, the root growth is like a tap root. So a vine seed that goes down and then it comes out. If you grow from a cutting, it comes out like this. It's kind of lateral. It's a big difference in the way that a seed sends its root down and a cutting sends its roots out. And what I thought would be very interesting would be to get seeds from rootstock varieties and plant loads of them in your vineyard. And then the ones that flourish, then top graft them. So you're growing the seeds, so you get the root growth down, very interesting root growth, and then you're top grafting onto them. I think it'd be a really fascinating experiment to try. And you might get, because they're seeds, they're all different varieties. So each rootstock is slightly different. I think that'd be crazy, and that'd be really interesting.
I love it. I currently grow own-rooted vines and make my own cuttings, as I explained. The only problem with that brilliant idea is that a lot of the rootstock varieties don't ever fruit. So, when you see them, you try to catch them, they can only be repropagated vegetatively. I don't actually.
Yeah.
I don't know of one that fruits. I don't know, but I'd never thought of that as an idea. So I might be asking around. I know some nurserymen to see what they got, but it is fun. I have a small block of seed vines grown from seed. Yeah. Because that's rewilding, right? In farming, we're using all vegetative propagation, so there's really no capability of new DNA coming into the process. So I'm just like, in my piles, stuff's always growing. So I just harvest those vines and we bring them in, put them in the vineyard.
That's so interesting. But also what I think is we have this very limited pool of roots. Everyone thought, well, we've got the rootstocks now. So the number of rootstocks grown is very limited pool of rootstocks. And I think it would be fascinating to go into the woods and, go into the woods where these resistant varieties grow. Evidently, if they're growing in the woods, they're resistant to phylloxera, where phylloxera is endemic. And get grapes and pick the seeds from those and play around. It'd be quite fun.
That's amazing too. The only thing you got to remember about roots, sometimes varietal rootstock, we'll call it, if it's Vitis rupestris or Vitis rotundifolia, there's grafting compatibilities with vinifera.
Oh, yes.
So sometimes they have to figure out how to do that, and I don't know how they do that. So it's rootstock is a trick. I hate them actually. It's a tricky thing. There's a lot of detail with those guys.
Cool.
Perfect. Okay. No more questions left or any points anyone wants to make? Nope. Okay.
It sounds like we should do rootstocks versus wine 2021.
I was going to say we should just do this monthly so we could all nerd out and talk about this stuff at length.
Dude, I'm down with that.
That's a year for me.
Well, I was thinking more like every 6 months, but okay, if I want to hang out more, Todd.
You just have to get somebody else to organize.
One topic every month.
Yeah, maybe Todd should organize the next one.
Walks right in.
Volunteers, right?
Okay.
That's what I heard. No, but I just want to say thank you for everyone who's taking the time to join this conversation, to speak, who listened to it as well. Hopefully it's going to make maybe some kind of difference for the future, even if it's like this big or something. It would be nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I had the meeting set for 6 hours, which we're coming on to since we first opened it. So I think it'll keep going until I shut it off. But just in case it does shut down, I don't think it will. But if all of a sudden it stops, that's why. And I can start it back up again. But I've never experienced it.
Happy to be your first one.
Yeah.
Oh my God, 6 hours. So I'm just gonna quickly say all my thank yous, and I wish everyone a really lovely Christmas time, and that 2021 will only get better than 2020. We actually managed to have 6 hours without the mention of Corona, which I think is like. So thank you everyone. I mean, we can just Andrea, how does it work? Can we, like, if people want to continue hanging out on here, can they do that, or until it cuts off? Or
yeah, I'll leave it on. I think probably we'll go for at least another hour, because that's when I had the original meeting time set for. We came into the room early in the practice session. So yeah, no worries. Maybe do you want me to stop the recording for now?
Stop recording.
And stop streaming to YouTube, and then you guys can do whatever you want. Okay.
She's not gonna stop recording. I'm gonna leave that for a second.
Oh man.
And the Christmas party starts, basically.
Wait, so Derek, I have a California specific disking question.
Sure.
So definitely, obviously here, the tilling versus no tilling conversation is really alive, and the